All right. Gonna start real soon here. I'm just gonna check some stuff. So, yep, that's ready to go. And then let's go here for a sec. I should have prepared this before I went live, but that's okay. While I am just looking at stuff, I will say yes, we are doing a good old Mario Kart tier list. So, I've seen a video that I really liked where it was by Sir Musty. I like his videos a lot. Go check him out. He does a lot of Mario Kart and Nintendo stuff in general. But I was about to say, let me make sure this is working. Please. There we go. I might have to do it this way so that the music stays on. But he not only did the tier list rankings for the actual tracks themselves, but then he also went over the music just to listen to that and rank that. And I like that idea, so I'm going to steal it. Okay, he also does a lot of reaction videos, so he steals content too. No, I'm just kidding. Reaction videos are okay as long as it's not the only thing you do, and he does a lot more than that, so it's fine. Hi, Finchbird. I can see you chatting there from YouTube. But the thing I was gonna check, the first time I'm doing it, is I'm also streaming on Twitch right now, which I don't expect any crazy viewership there at all. But there's no reason for me not to do it as long as things run smooth, and it seems like they are, so that's awesome. Fish bones as a driver is like the last thing I could have thought of because look, you wanted me to throw out some out-of-pocket racers. I probably would have said Moo Moo Cow or something along those lines. Yeah, so I am streaming to 0 viewers. I wonder if there's any way I can see how many viewers I got just outside of this. I'm thinking I kind of doubt it for Twitch, so I'm just gonna have to look at it on my phone every now and then. But anyway, um, yeah, I could have said the Moo Moo Cow could be a playable character and just some other generic Mario enemies, but I would not have expected fish bones. I have like a couple of potential mains between the fish bones, obviously the cow, because my name is Cowbunger, and then like the usual Wario, Waluigi, Bowser. Bowser has a dry bones costume, then that will be or dry Bowser, I should say, costume. Then yeah, disconnected. All right. So I was about to say, we got any dropped frames or anything? Because it said disconnected. I think we're okay now, though. But yeah, I'm just gonna get this going. Dry Bones does a little dance in Mario Kart World, and I like it. That's what I was saying, if you didn't hear it. I'm gonna just probably drive around this once normally, right? And just talk about it as I go. I'm gonna kind of rank these tracks just based off of a couple things. Main things just like gameplay and visuals. Talking about the visuals first is a little bit easier. I think this stage looks really good. Just a lot of lights everywhere. This section here, you can see like the actual how the anti-gravity looks. You see buildings in all kinds of different directions that you would never really expect. You get a helicopter there, that's pretty cool. See, like there's a little stadium LCD board. There's all kinds of little details, along with just, a whole bunch of JPEGs cheering you on. All kinds of advertisements everywhere. Like it's really cool. Actually does feel like a stadium, but in terms of gameplay, there's a couple different paths you can go on. Obviously, you got these boost panels there that you can go on if you don't want to go the fastest way for some reason, but if you do want to go the fastest way, there's kind of like a shortcut area right there that you can go through. Not a big shortcut, but it's a cool one. This is a big shortcut right here, though. You go in between that, right? Get a purple boost out of that. It's fun. Another shortcut right there. Not a crazy one, but it can still be useful. Lots of twists and turns. There are some straightaways, though. I don't like straightaways all that much, right? Like, there's a big straightaway there. Usually a point where everybody starts throwing their shells is right about there, and then if you have a mushroom, you can fly through that section as well. So a couple shortcuts. I usually like having shortcuts at the end like that, and a bunch of places to do shortcuts in general. And this track has a lot of that, so I think that's cool. I would say that overall, just as a starting track, this is probably one of the best starting tracks in Mario Kart history. Can't really think of another better one off the top of my head, besides maybe like Luigi Circuit and Double Dash, just because that was more chaotic, right? But there's a bunch of little different paths that you can go on if you want. A bunch of little ramps, bunch of little shortcuts to go through. A decent amount of turns, nothing crazy. Motion gliding goes crazy on Mario Kart Stadium. Yes, there is like right that ending thing you can kind of like set your motion controls on, freaking turn like 90 degrees to the left and then just fly through the shortcut without a mushroom, which is really fun. I think if we're gonna give this something, I think we just start off in the middle somewhere. We say that it's great. If I can drag it, there we go. I think that's fair. Just because, again, I think the thing that takes this over the top from being good is the visual part of it. I just really like how the track looks with the Mario statue and, going up the freaking wall in like a 90-degree angle. Just the setting in general, I think, is kind of memorable. Like I said, especially for like a first track. For the music, I think the music is great also. Nothing crazy, but I really like the horns in it, the trumpets, and I really like the triumphant feel of it. It fits the setting super duper well, so I don't think anybody's gonna complain about that, right? I think just overall great track, great starting point. We move on to Water Park now. Conch Door, yeah, is another crazy character. So let's just drive through it normally once. We'll kind of go through things here, so. Just kind of driving through. We got two different paths here, one with coins, one that doesn't, that's probably a tiny bit faster. Got these things you can bounce off of. The anti-grav here. I feel like unlike Mario Kart Stadium, the anti-grav there, it's definitely a little bit trippy, but not as trippy as Stadium. Like, there's just not a lot of scenery on the left or right to look at. The road's just so big. And you just have one more thing there. You got a little Ferris wheel you drive through. You go on top of the ticket place. And that's really about it. In terms of shortcuts, there's only one, which don't really like that. I think the underwater scenery here is pretty nice, right? But I don't think there's anything crazy going on. Um, Otherwise, like I kind of like the lights on the ground there. If I go back here, like, I kind of like how the light reflects off the steel there a little bit. I think that looks kind of unique and cool. Like I said, the little stuff down here looks neat. The idea of like an underwater amusement park for sea creatures is kind of cool, but then you get the Wario wheel. So this is like a Wario amusement park apparently. I don't know though. I don't think this is anything all that special. Like if you just compare this to a lot of other tracks in the game, this is kind of feeling like one of the most underwhelming ones for sure. Like a big turn like this is fun on its own merit. You know, you can get a purple boost and then do another boost after that. But yeah, this shortcut's pretty insignificant. Oof. Didn't do my drift there. I don't know. There's some interesting stuff to look at, but it's nothing crazy. It's really not. I just kind of feel like this track, for what the idea is, going through a water park, I feel like it's definitely very underwhelming. So it's pretty sad, but I feel like I don't really like this one all that much. It's just kind of there whenever you pick it. It's just like, oh man, like this over literally any other track in the game. That's just kind of how it makes me feel. So I don't like it. It's very basic on a layout level, and then it doesn't really have much going on visually. So I think that's really all that needs to be said. Now, in terms of the music, though, I feel like the music is good. Um, I think it fits the setting decently well. Um, I like the around the end when the music notes get real high. Dun, 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 dun. Like, it's a decently catchy song. It's nothing crazy, but um, it sounds pretty unique compared to everything else in the game. But a lot of stuff in this game sounds phenomenal. So, what do I value most in a track? I feel like I value just the actual gameplay of it the most for sure. I just want to like have a little bit of a challenge. I don't want any turns to be too crazy, too annoying to go through, but I want to feel like, you know, if I take a risk, I'll get rewarded. Um, I want to feel like if I'm in first place, I have a realistic chance to stay in first place as well, as long as I'm driving well through the level. There are some tracks on this where that's not really the case, where if you're in front, people can potentially pass you up with like um, mushrooms, stars, stuff like that. This is not one of those tracks, but this is a very pretty track. I'll say that, at least at the start here. You kind of go into here and it's like, all right, big chocolate cake. But this, everybody said this too. This water's a little bit weird. It's weird how everything's kind of yellow. I think if you're thinking of some kind of like, I don't know, flavored drink to go with candy, you wouldn't really expect something yellow. You know, maybe like red or blue, like strawberry, blueberry drink, but not yellow. Like, look at this thing. That is so yellow, bro. Looks kind of nasty, don't you think? I don't know. I wouldn't want to be having yellow fountains anywhere near my Candy Kingdom. But I think everything else about the track looks really nice. But in terms of actually, again, racing on this track, Again, there's some stuff here. Again, you got another big turn on this track where you can get an arbitrary purple boost. It's crazy that the purple boosts weren't a thing to begin with in Mario Kart 8. Like, the Wii U version didn't really have them because it fits so well in this game. But there's two different paths on this stage. I do appreciate that there's like variety in the racetracks as well. Big shortcut at the end. It's pretty cool. There's a little, tiny little shortcut there, nothing crazy. But yeah, again, this track is just a couple of different turns. I feel like probably out of all the ones that we've gone through, just between the three, this one's the most unique for sure. A couple of different opportunities for shortcuts, just like Mario Stadium, but this has, you know, the alternating paths. It has some hazards with these piranha plants here as well. I like having hazards. I like having things to avoid. It just adds a tiny little bit of difficulty, even if, like, piranha plants are never going to really attack you usually. They're kind of a non-hazard, but it's still nice that there's an attempt at least, I guess. um, I like being blasted out of a cannon as well. It's always a fun thing in Mario Kart when a track has something like that. Yeah, I think they did add Sky High Sunday later, and I think it executes the idea of this a lot better. For sure, I agree with that. Um, is looking a little brown, but it's not too bad because I feel like sure it's a little brown and yellowish, but there's still parts of the track where things look super sparkly and there's like different colors on the road, like the red and blue pass. It's not all that bad. Um, I think again overall, I think it's fair to just kind of put this right above Mario Kart Stadium. They have a lot of similarities, but I just think Sweet Sweet Canyon is a little tiny bit better, for sure. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna try and get going. This is gonna be a long stream, a really, really long stream. But oh yeah, I need to do the music too, and that is the music one in general. Hold on. So yeah, let's. I guess we could talk about the music. I think the music's just okay. Um, I like the instruments used in it, but um, it feels a little plotting almost. Like it fits the setting, but I don't know. I just don't like it all that much. It's about as simple as that. I'm gonna forget that these two are separate different things, like all the time, so I apologize. At least that's what I think I'm gonna do. But yeah, this is for the tracks here. I think it's right above Mario Kart Stadium. And then for the music, I just think the music's okay. It's not super memorable. That's the main thing. Like, I don't remember any specific part of the song, but it doesn't sound bad, you know? I just think it's okay. So let's go ahead and now let's move on to Thwomp Ruins, alright? We'll just drive on through it. A couple of sharp turns here immediately. Now we have two different paths. We can just drive on the road normally, or we can go on the wall. Now we have like a bunch of different paths here. You can go on the left, but then there's also like this outer part on the left. Same thing for the right. And there's even a middle part there, but I'll go on that later. You just move on to here. We got some thwomps. Again, they're hazards, but I would say they're kind of non-hazards. Oops, oh my god. Because you're never going to really get hit by them, really. At the end, you got a glider section, and you jump through that. If you drive it like that, it's nothing crazy, but there's this little shortcut here. That's pretty fun. Now the track is changing. There's dynamic stuff within the track where now we got these little rolling things here. You can potentially hit into them if you're an idiot like me. But yeah, they'll break down that middle part, and then you can actually jump off the ramp there. Again, nothing crazy, but it's something, an element that we haven't really seen the other two tracks. There we go. And shroomless shortcuts like that, they're super risky to take, are always fun for me. I like those a lot in these racetracks. There we go again. Now it's really close. Yeah, you gotta be real careful. Potentially fall off there, but yeah, you can go in this middle path here, fly through the thwomp. I think visually, this track is pretty cool. It's again nothing super crazy, but I kind of like the stone carvings throughout. It does its aesthetic decently well. I like the little waterfall on the left there. I like going through a couple of different settings, but I think visually this one isn't nothing crazy. There's definitely a lot prettier tracks in this game than this, but on a gameplay level, I'd say that was pretty decent. Um, Again, pretty much having what the other two tracks we've gone over have, but just with a couple extras, right? It's got uh, a fun non-mushroom shortcut that if you master, it's just really fun to go through. Um, it's got dynamic um, level changing stuff, but still, you know, it's got some hazards. It's nothing crazy. I think putting it in great still, but definitely like above these two is pretty fair. Um, so overall, the Mushroom Corrupt is just great. It's a decent introduction outside of Water Park. Um, I think all the tracks just have, well, these three tracks here in gray all have what most Mario Kart tracks should have. They don't really excel at anything crazy, but they're just, they're kind of there doing their thing, and their thing is pretty fun. For the music for Thwomp Ruins, man, I can't speak as per usual. Um, it is good. I feel like it should go here, definitely above Water Park. I'm debating on if I want to put it in great, just because it sounds really unique. Like I really like the NES/NES SNES sounding instruments in this. Um, I think I'll put it up to great just because the part with the whistle around the second half is really good. I like it a lot. It sounds very like mystical. It sounds otherworldly, and I like it. So let's go ahead and move on. The Thwomps have faces on both sides of them, is that right? That would be crazy. I'm not going to figure that out now. I'm moving on. I'm not going to figure out. I'm just going to assume that you are not lying. I'm going to believe you. Um, let's go ahead and move on. Got Mario Circuit. This is the crap on the cover, all right? And there's a reason for it. It relies pretty heavily on the anti-gravity stuff. So again, visually this is kind of crazy because you got the castle in the background twisting as you're going through. You just go right next to it, which I think is really fun. You can see a waterfall going upwards, like signs are upside down, houses are upside down, then you kind of go back. You got this little final section. Goombas are standing on each other again, kind of non-hazards. I wouldn't say though, like these Goombas here, I'd say they're like actual hazards. Because as you're going around the bend, you kind of have to spot where they're gonna be, and then, you know, kind of respond, or just try and cut the corner as much as you can. Um, there's two big shortcuts on this map as well, which I like. Um, plenty of turns since this is a figure eight. So yeah, that's like your big shortcut right there, acquiring two mushrooms. That's pretty fun. Um, I definitely do like this track. I feel like I'd still rank it pretty similarly to the other ones we have done. I think one of the fun things about this track is that if you are trying to cut the corners like that pretty heavily, most of the time you have a piranha plant there that you gotta try to avoid. So it kind of prevents you from cutting in all the way like you would like. But yeah, other than that, it's just a bunch of turns. Pretty basic stuff. Nothing crazy, but again, I wouldn't say it doesn't have anything that I don't like. I don't feel like it's lacking in any way. It's just fine. I think um I'm honestly wondering if I should even just put that in good. Again, I don't think it's lacking, but for the course to just be an 8, a figure 8, and that's really about it. I don't know. Nah, I'll throw it down here. I think that's pretty fair. Because again, I think the visuals are the one that really put this over the top. Like, it's pretty okay track to drive on. No complaints. But visually, it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun to, like, go upside down all kinds of different ways. Playing that for the first time, it's just like, whoa, dude. And then, in terms of the music, I think the music is okay, probably. It sounds just like any other piece of Mario music. Nah, I'll do good, but it's gonna be Underwater Park, I think. Um, I think what puts it in good is that second half when the saxophone comes in. That crap is awesome. I love me some jazz. So it doesn't feel like a real place. I mean, it's just weird because it's Peach's castle in the middle of it all, but like we all know Peach's castle does not have winding roads all around it like that. So yeah, it feels like a made up place, even within the Mario world. So yeah, it's pretty weird. Let me go ahead and do that. We'll move on here. Okay, so I'm trying to be like decently fast with my rankings here. But this is probably gonna take all day. We're already 30 minutes in. Might even need a part 2 on this. Here we go. Now we got Toad's Harbor. Immediately you have two different paths. One is infinitely more fun because you're boosting and jumping at the same time. Another two paths there, another two paths right here. This is the narrower one, the more difficult one. I'm going to go on first. That's a crazy turn right there. Sometimes, a lot of the time really, especially on 200cc, you can bump into the wall there. Now you got two more paths here. And again, I would say that's a decently hard hazard with the trams going by. Trying to kind of make sure you're cutting things close, but not trying to hit the trams is pretty fun. Got two paths there. All kinds of different paths. Like that last section, sure, it's a straightaway, but there's a lot of different places that you can go there, which I really appreciate and like. In terms of shortcuts, there's a couple. I'll show them. But yeah, for how many paths we go on in this track, it almost feels like I have to drive normally twice, which is a good thing. But yeah, if you don't like the trams, you run into them too much, you can just go on the safe part of the wall here, drive on the wall, which is really fun. You can go on a ramp right there. You can use some boost pads there. You can go this way. So that's pretty crazy. I think this track is super duper fun with all the very different lanes that you can go on. There probably is an optimal way to go, but the optimal way to go is pretty difficult to drive on. I feel like this is not the easiest place to stay on here. This is not the easiest place to stay on here. You can get bumped off of all the harder paths basically. And then obviously this is the path to go here if you're trying to drive fast, but again you get the trams in the way and they are legitimately kind of hard to get past. You gotta think about where you're going for sure. Sometimes you can bounce off of those things. I couldn't do it. Oh man. But here's your one mushroom path there. And that's really about it. I feel like this one is higher up than the other ones. I really do. So I'm feeling like this one should go in amazing. Because I didn't talk about it much, but visually this place is also a vibe. It's just super peaceful. It's like you're going through a town, tourist attraction. I just like the vibes a lot. I think what helps the vibes is the music. I think it should definitely at least go up here, but I have to think about it if it is a top tier track. If I'm looking at everything else in this game, I'm feeling like, yeah, it can probably go up here. The guitars in this are great. It's pretty much the main instrument that you're hearing. The second half of the music is wonderful. I like the electric guitar used in conjunction with the acoustic guitar, and I don't know, it's just big vibes. Big vibes are carrying it pretty hard, man. So I think that's pretty fair. No. Gotta keep on going. Sorry, I just cracked my finger. Let's move on to Twisted Mansion now. So as you can see, what I'm valuing a lot is a lot of variety within the tracks. The vibes. The vibes. As Sir Musty likes to make fun of too. Vibes in a track. Again, just how the visuals and stuff are all coming together within the racetrack and how the racetrack is kind of taking advantage of its setting. As you can see, this is like a twisted mansion. We're already doing some crazy stuff with moving floors, and then we're gonna go in the freaking sewer system of the house, I guess. With a scary looking tree guy. There's our playable character right there. These guys in Mario Kart World, they're playable. Crazy. Two different paths. I always appreciate two different paths. You got this gliding section here. If you do want to go on this top path here, you're going to have to try and dodge those boos. I wouldn't say they're terribly hard to dodge. And we got some hazards there too. Again, I wouldn't say they're particularly hard to dodge, but they are there. You know, you got your timing wrong. You could get hit by one of those things. We got a big shortcut right here. So that's fun. Everybody tries to go through that one. I don't think this track is anything super crazy. I think, again, a couple turns and stuff. I don't think it's bad, but I'm not feeling like it's like on the level of something like a Toad Harbor, you know. Got another mushroom shortcut right there. At least it has two shortcuts, one at the end. Again, I like having a shortcut at the end just in case if I do get a mushroom and I can like steal first place. I like that feeling. It's always fun. I think the setting of this is fine. It's a little bit generic. Like going underwater here is a novel concept. I don't think that's really been explored in the past spooky levels in Mario Kart. But this is nothing crazy, man. Got your different paths, but most of the time you're gonna be going on that top one, unless you're getting hit by something. Oop, there we go. See, can screw you over if you're trying to cut it close. Um, Again, I would say this is probably on the level, pretty much the exact same level of something like a Thwomp Ruins to me, where I feel like it's probably better than it, but just a couple turns, a couple places to do tricks, some mushroom shortcuts. It's got it all. It uses anti-gravity in not really like an amazing way though. I will say that, but I wouldn't say that's all that crazy really. There's only a couple tracks in this game where I feel like the anti-gravity really like carries something, and I think that's like Mario Circuit, Mario Stadium so far. Other than that, it's not really used in any crazy ways, and it shouldn't really matter too much. Now, in terms of the music, I think I'm thinking between these two, but I feel like I should just put it in okay, because if I said I didn't like it, that'd probably be wrong. I think it's fine, but I would never go back and really listen to it. Um, I just kind of feel like it's there, and it fits the setting. It's not like it's there and I'm like, ugh, you know. And I don't feel that way about most of the music in this game. I feel like this tier right here is either gonna go unused or I might use it for like one track and that's it. But yeah. I think what we're learning so far is all the original tracks in Mario Kart 8 are pretty dang good. The cart from Mario Kart is D tier? How could you say that, bro? That is sacrilege. Next, we're going to be rating all the freaking combinations of carts that you can do. The default cart, D tier. Anyway, we were just talking about tracks where the zero gravity isn't too crazy visually, but this track does not fall into that sphere, that's for sure. So you got a fun setting here, nice little rainbow again. This game loves its rainbows. So immediately, you're just going up a freaking waterfall, which is a great visual, right? And then you can see like Shy Guys hanging off there, going down the mountain now with Shy Guys at a piranha plant, which is really fun. You go a little bit faster as you're driving down the waterfall too. There's two different paths. There's one there, a higher path and a lower path. Jump here, jump there. Last turn, it can be a little tricky because of that jump. There we go. Again, pretty like easy track to race on. Nothing crazy. But again, I think this is going to be one of the ones where the visuals really carry it. Just because it's using anti-gravity in a super duper cool way here. And I just like that waterfall section a lot, having to choose where to drive to get the boost pads. It's just a fun little thing. And then you got a little shortcut right there. You drive through that. Not drive through the grass after like I did. Overall, really cool track. I really do like it visually. For most part, this is probably the least interesting part of the track is right at the beginning there, but then after that it gets really good. I think I like the music on this track too, specifically because of the Shy Guys. When you get to the second half of the track where you can hear him singing to the mining. I like that a lot, for sure. I think the violin in the music's really cool too. It's a hard one to go through, man. I feel like you kind of have to be drifting as you go through that almost. But yeah, that's like a difficult turn. I like me some difficult turns. Difficult shortcuts that could screw you over if you don't master them. Obviously, I'm rusty. I haven't played this game in a while. Um, I think that one. Let me take a look at the tier list here. I think it is pretty fair to throw that one in amazing as well. Not above Toad Harbor, but I just think, again, visually it's great, and it's a very memorable track because of what you're doing in it. You are, here, let me actually show that. There we go. And maybe could I zoom this in even? I feel like that would maybe help a little bit. Even just a little bit of a zoom will be good. There. Um, yeah, just by going up a waterfall, having the Shy Guys mining at the second half of it, I think it's super cool. In terms of the music, I feel like it's at a similar level to something like Thwomp Ruins. I think I'll go ahead and put it above Thwomp Ruins just because, again, it has that extra element with the Shy Guy singing it. But it's just a nice little tune. I like it. I don't have too much to say on it. It's just nice. Let's move on to Sunshine Airport. I think a lot of people like this one. I like it for sure in terms of the setting of it. It's probably the most memorable thing about it. Um, we'll go through it. So, starting right off with a turn there. Get to see all these airplanes outside. It looks like you're on an island. You drive past a plane there. That's fun. Go on this part. Drive into a plane now. It's also fun. Drop off of there. And then you're on the runway. You're driving real fast. Blasting off. That's fun. It's fun to emulate being a plane, basically. And now you're coming back down. Do a turn like those planes like to do before they touch the ground. And then you drive through this. It's nothing crazy on a layout level, but I do think this stage just takes its setting and executes like the idea of a racetrack super duper well. You can go down here if you want. I guess you could do a shortcut there. There's a shortcut right there. Oh my god. Why did I just drop like a brick there? I've never seen that in my life before. My god. Yeah, and then sometimes when you drive here, you'll take off with a plane, which is really sick, and as you're driving here, of course, you can have a plane take off as you're going down, which is a cool visual too. Like visually, this is one of the better tracks in the game for sure. There's just a lot of memorable moments within this track, so I think that's gonna bump it up a lot. But I like the music a lot in this stage as well. It's a super duper chill song. I really like the synth and the pianos. The violin here is really good. I think probably out of all the tracks, original tracks in this game, this has got to be one of the most memorable ones. I'm very surprised that this is not returning in Mario Kart World. I just feel like it's a fan favorite. I like that ending part there too, where you can take a shortcut, but you got to watch out for the boxes there. That's probably one of the most interesting parts about the track on a gameplay level. Other than that, gameplay is nothing crazy, but I think again for the visuals of it being so memorable and just the fact that it executed its idea very well. Where is it at? Where's it at? Oh no. Oh no. Is it already up there? I'm about to say I wouldn't think so. Do I have to find it on here? Oh no. Why would it not be in order? Yeah, why is this like the last track? Oh no. Oh no. What have we done? There it is. I see it. Sunshine Airport. I think should also be great. If I'm thinking about do I like it better than Shy Guy Falls, like it's tricky because I would say I like it just as much. I think on a gameplay level though, Shy Guy Falls ekes it out, so I'll keep it below Shy Guy Falls. I still think it's a really, really good track. And then for the music, man, I feel like it's gotta be at least here, but again, I could take an argument for potentially top tier. Let's put in top tier for now. We can always change things later, but I think it's just super unique. Um, super nice sounding. Like I don't know what it is, but I love the I just love it. I love the instruments used, and I could hum to it, you know. Da, 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 da. I like it. It's cool. Let's move on to Dolphin Shoals. I feel like you know, as things move along here, we could definitely move stuff around. I feel like with the music, it's gonna move around. I'm not sure about the racetracks though. I feel like the racetracks for me, I've got them on lock, so I won't be changing stuff too much there probably. You start off jumping around like a dolphin. It's pretty cool. You're going underwater, see all kinds of sea life. There's a whole bunch of different paths there. That's really cool. I don't think I'll be able to get through them all because there's like 4 different ones. Then here's a fun little part here. You get on the eel from Mario Kart 64, jump on its head to trick around on it. Then you go outside, and the most heavenly music on planet Earth starts playing. Alright. It's great. You have a couple more turns there. The underwater physics kind of make it so that your handling is a little bit worse, but this track is still not like hard to drive on at all. The road is very generous. Go ahead, let's go through here this time. Ow. Bunch of little different things to jump on and trick on in this track, which I can appreciate. Then it kind of just ends with obligatory big turn, right? I like visually the waterfall there. I think visually this track is really good. Little shortcut there at the end. I always like those. But that's pretty much like the only shortcut on the track, really. Other than that, I think the fun thing about this track is figuring out the fastest path, which is like that right path I took first. I'm so bad at this game. Let's see if we could go from here to there. Yeah, no, I can't. Never mind. Oh well. I've never tried that before. I just want to see if it would actually work. But yeah, I think this is also a super memorable track. Just visually, I think actually racing on it is good. It's good. I think, again, I do appreciate all the different little paths that you can go on. If I were comparing this to other tracks, if I take a look at the tier list here, I would say that, oh gosh, why did I do that? There we go. I feel like this is again comparable to Sunshine Airport or Shy Guy Falls, so I feel like it's gonna go in there somewhere. What am I feeling? I'm still feeling like it's below Shy Guy Falls, but if it beats out Sunshine Airport, I feel like it might. Yeah, because I think again the gameplay on this one's a little bit more interesting, just by a little bit. It's that section where you have 4 different places you can go. Um, I just feel like that takes it over the edge a little bit. In terms of the music, you know what, man? I'm feeling like maybe I should be bringing these down because now we've got some stuff coming up here where top tier is going to start feeling pretty appropriate. Like, don't get me wrong, I really love both of these songs, but this song is like euphoric. The underwater part of it, if I was judging it on its own, I'd probably be down here, but the second half, like the stuff that plays during the second half when you come out of the water is up here. It is like peak funky jazz. The saxophone is immaculate. You know, just what else can you say? Um, when you come out of the water, it's just like one of the most memorable things in Mario Kart, really. You feel like you're on top of the world. So I think that's pretty fair to do. All right, moving on. Maybe. There we go. I I don't really want to get a mouse for this laptop, but man, I kind of feel like I should. I kind of feel like I should. Let's go ahead. Let's go through Electrodrome now. I'll just say right off the bat, this is probably one of the best stages in the game visually. There's a freaking rave going on as you're driving. Go across the wall, and I don't know, everything about this track is just so super bright and colorful. You're driving past the dome there, even though this is called Electrodrome. Um, Anti-gravity section on this is nothing too crazy. I really like that part right there. That's fun. Got these big star things. You got the piranha plant that is bopping its head, and it looks it's just got neon lights going through it. Like, again, visually, the stage is absolutely great. Got a little shortcut section there. Got alternating paths, which again I can appreciate. Obligatory big turn. It does seem like the paths here, doesn't matter which one you go on either way. You got that little part right there where the music changes a little bit, which is super memorable as well. Seems like this path is slower than the other one though, so you're always going to want to go on the pink one, probably. Got a little ending shortcut here that you can fly through. Again, I think this pretty much reaches all the requirements of what a Mario Kart track should have. So that's great. And I think the music on this, man, I know a lot of people like the music in this. I don't really like that leading synth, alright? I'm just gonna say that. I feel like it's a little bit ear grating, but I think everything surrounding it sounds nice. I think the second half of the song that's about to play here is really good. Like, I like this a lot. So I feel like my opinion on that leading instrument is one that most people don't have, but that's just how I feel. Like if I try and listen to that song at like full blast with headphones, which I have done, it doesn't sound great. So I'm gonna put it there. Actually, no, I would definitely rather listen to all those songs. But yeah, I think I would actually rather listen to Mario Circuit Water Park over Electrodrome. And it's just because of that one instrument. That's just like, like I don't know. I don't like it. But as a racetrack, um, it's definitely executing its idea very well as well. I feel like putting it there's fair because on a gameplay level, like none of these tracks on a gameplay level are doing things that are like really, really tickling me, but I feel like they're all still really, really good. Like they meet all the standards and then go a little bit beyond in some way, shape, or form. These ones are just reaching the standards, and that's really about it. So, yeah, I think that's completely fair. Um, Again, I think most people would have this higher, but that's just kind of where I'm feeling like, at least for right now. Maybe we could change it later, but that's what I'm feeling. Star Cup is full of freaking bangers. I think it's pretty safe to say that this is one of the best Star Cups in Mario Kart history too. We're about to go on a really cool track here. Look at how this starts off. You're coming out of just like a big plane. You're on top of a freaking snowy mountain. It's really sick. And the beginning here, the music is euphoric. It feels like you're going on an adventure. You're about to go on a really cool adventure. Here we got two different paths here. One where you can go on some boosts there, one where you don't have to. And then check this out. There's a hidden little jump right there. So I like shortcuts that are not obvious like that too. Like I really, really like those. Now you get to choose between going on a glider or not here. If you go on the glider, you can then jump on there, jump on that, go into the waterfall, get a trick there, get a trick there. As you can see, this is like one big track. And these are rare in Mario Kart 8, but this is pretty much going to be the gimmick of Mario Kart Tour. I feel like maybe or Tour, god dang it, in Mario Kart World. Now check this out. Oh my god, so many paths. I'm going to legitimately drive around to the other one here. You can kind of see it a little bit. Just a couple curves on both. Nothing crazy there. But then you also got like this middle path where if you got a mushroom, you can drive through here, go on a glider. A bunch of little tree stumps here to jump on, to get tricks, but then you go into a very perilous section right here with a bunch of trees that are pretty hard to avoid. Pretty dang hard to avoid, man. Then you get to the final section where this pretty much just feels like a Mario and Sonic at the Olympics Games thing, you know? Going downhill, bunch of turns, bunch of little bumps here. I think it's really fun. The music is intensifying as you're going down the hill as well. There's like different sections to the music, which I really appreciate a lot. And you're doing the freaking long jump off the mountain. Another Olympic sport reference. And then you kind of end it right here. You have a little place where you can use a mushroom at the end. And I think that is a spectacular track, bro, because sure, it's one big track, but you can play that one multiple ways, really, mainly through that middle section. I think it's hard to master because of that middle section as well. With the trees being there, being hard to avoid, I feel like it's up there. I feel like it's up here. It being one singular track, it being super duper memorable as well with all of its different sections. Because, like, you start at the top of a mountain and then you kind of go down it with different sections between a cave, going on the wall of a dam, which is really cool. Um, Going through a wooded section and then ending with, going down an alpine Olympic style. I think it's really sick. Again, I think that's going above and beyond any of these other ones for sure. Um, And then in terms of the music, I think that's also in the top tier. If I can get to it here. There we go. Is it better than Dolphin Shoals? I feel like it is because again, it's dynamic music. Like I just feel like that's going above and beyond most other tracks in this game. Um, if it's one thing that it's dynamic, right? Just because it's dynamic doesn't mean it's like top tier, but the actual music itself throughout is just so dang good. It really captures the intensity, the danger of what you're doing. You know, going down slopes and trying to dodge trees and just being in a race full of items just in general. It fits super duper well. I love it. Um, you guys can see this, right? Yes. Cool. Just gotta make sure. Let's move on to the special cup. The special cup. Again, probably one of the best special cups in Mario Kart ever. I think most people would agree. Start off with Cloud Top Cruise. Start off with a couple of bounces here. You're in enemy territory here. Oh my god. And it kind of shows. Because, sure, you're on some nice, comfy clouds here. You move on to an airship. Do a couple turns there. And then you go into a thunderstorm. And this is a fun little gimmick here. You have these boosts that you want to go through, but also you don't want to get struck by lightning. You can barely kind of tell if something is going to get struck by lightning before you drive into it. It just shows a little bit of light there. You got to kind of react pretty fast to avoid it if you are heading that direction. I think that is really fun. And then you got the Mario Galaxy music reference. Big dubs there. If you hear that section while you're in the thunderstorm, it's like electric guitar version of the song, which you gotta love. See, I can't even use that one. Oh, oh man, I didn't risk it, but I almost got hit by that. It's very perilous, right? But I don't know. For me, the ideas on this track are really good. It's very well executed, but I almost feel like some sections should be longer. Like this section here is fine. It's like the appropriate length. But then, you know, you're getting on an airship. You'd think that would last a little bit longer for how big airships are, right? And on the airship, you only do a couple of turns. That's really it. If you compare that to something like Airship Fortress, where, you know, you kind of have to avoid Monty Moles or I don't know, maybe like I feel like there should be cannons firing at you in that section or something, and then this section here, it's long enough, but I like the gimmick of it so much I wish you're in here a little bit longer. But it's fine. The airship's the main one where I'm like, yeah, I wish I was in there a little bit longer, but big thing about this track, there's not really any mushroom shortcuts. That takes it down a peg a little bit for me. Like I like my mushroom shortcuts. But overall, you know, this track has its own little flavor. It's definitely memorable. Um, I think in terms of where I would place it on a tier list, I feel like it's probably gonna go in amazing. But where, I feel like the gimmicks of it carry it to right about here somewhere, because I still think the set pieces are pretty memorable, for sure. About as memorable as Shy Guy Falls. Like Shy Guy Falls has that one big memorable segment. Same thing with Cloud Top Cruise. It's like that thunder section. But unlike Shy Guy Falls, I feel like the thunder in it is like an actual hazard, a legitimate hard one to try to avoid, a fun one to avoid. So I like that a lot. And then with the music, it's heavenly. It's great. And it has Gusty Garden in it, so it really does have to be up here somewhere. has to be top tier. Yeah, yeah. I think that's pretty fair. Let's go ahead. Let's move on to Bone Dry Dunes. Ba-dum-ba-dum. The stream's been doing great, man. The stream's been doing great. I've barely dropped frames. It's cool. So first off, you're starting off with a couple different paths there. You got toads throwing coins at you from freaking sand ships. That's pretty fun. Got two different paths here. You got a piranha plant, which can be legitimately hard to avoid there. You got two more paths here. One of them's anti-grav, where you can bump into these little things to keep up your speed. Between that and all the little ramps, you build up a lot of speed going through that section. Got a big turn there. Dry bones as a hazard, and then another big turn. Layout on this is not super crazy, but again, I do appreciate all the alternate paths that you can go on. There's a couple of shortcuts on this one, so that's pretty cool. You try and take this inner path, it can be legitimately hard. Like there's some difficulty to this track for sure. Oh yeah, see, I just hit into him. It didn't really seem like I was gonna hit into him, but I did. I don't see anybody ever going on this path. I think it's definitely the slower of the two, but you can take it if you want. Now check this out, you got the sand dune here, you can bounce off of it to get on this top section here. That's pretty cool. I like that. Again, that's like dynamic. I like that a lot. You can use two mushrooms to get through there. You could kind of use a mushroom to cut through that section there too if you want. Not going to be super duper helpful, but it's an option. I'd say overall that I actually do like this track a lot too. Again, nothing crazy, nothing top tier, but I feel like it actually has a good difficulty to it. I think it's paced pretty well. I think this section right here is very memorable. All the different bones that you can go on. You have the dry Bowser there at the end. Going into his mouth is pretty sweet. You got the hidden treasures all through there. Feels like a cool little civilization here that they've created. It's reminiscent of like other desert areas and Mario tracks, but I think this is probably one of the more memorable ones to me, at least. Most of the time, desert tracks visually are not anything super duper special, but I think this one's pretty cool. So, I think on the tier list, we'll go ahead. I feel like this one is at least great, but I don't know. I personally feel like for the difficulty of it, it should be above Sunshine Airport. But that's probably as far as it's gonna go. I still think Electrodrome as a concept for a stage just executes its idea a lot better than Bone Dry Dunes. Like this is still a cool stage for sure, but it's nothing like super crazy. I think the gameplay's carrying this more than the visuals, and the visuals are still cool. There's still some memorable stuff here and there. And in terms of music, I feel like it's okay. I feel like it's okay. I'd probably just put it here. You know what? Now I'll put it in good because I feel like, yeah, I would rather listen to Bone Dry Dunes over Mario Circuit. There's some interesting parts to it, but it's nothing crazy. Like there's some parts of it that I kind of like. What's my favorite part of it? I have to think about it. It's probably just like the second half somewhere. Trying to think. I'm really trying to think. I think basically the part I like the most is at the very end where it goes. Oh man, I don't even know if I can replicate it right. No, I can't. I'm like thinking about it, I'm like, no, this is a bad idea. I'm gonna like stutter over it or something. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe just put it here. At the very least, it doesn't really hurt my ears all that much. It just no, but it doesn't look right. It doesn't look right there. Oh, why is this gonna be hard? You know what? I'm just gonna go with my gut. I'm gonna say it's somewhere down there. Again, if I have a change of heart, I'll change that later. I'll think about it a little bit more. But I'm not gonna be able to think much when we're going through Bowser's freaking castle. Alright. Spoiler alert, this is on some front as a racetrack or in terms of the music, some of my favorite stuff in this game. For sure. Or it might be my favorite on both fronts. We'll see. Guitar riff is sick. Starting off with a couple turns. Crazy 90 degrees. Then you got some hazards here to avoid. I feel like most of the time they're pretty easy to avoid, but you know, there are times where it could be crazy. Now look at this. Visually, this is crazy. But again, as a hazard, I don't feel like the Lava Bowser is all that hard to avoid. But I think visually he is super sick. Super duper sick. You're going outside of the castle now here. Got some more hazards with the rolling rocks. You go up here or down below. Down below seems to be the faster part. And check this out, you got laser eyes in the second half, so dynamic level design. Whoa. Nothing crazy, but you know, your first time playing the track, you don't really expect that to happen. Now look at this, oh, now it's in the middle. Oh! A little harder to get past that time. Nothing crazy visually with the anti-gravity, god dang it. But this part's fun, having the track kind of, I don't know, wind around like that, wiggle around. I don't know how to describe it. So they can do tricks off of it after Bowser punches it is pretty cool. I think there's a lot of things you gotta pay attention to in this track for sure. It's not really a cakewalk, even if I don't necessarily think the hazards are all that hard to avoid. You can kind of just drive normally and you'll be just fine. There's not really like a crazy mushroom shortcut on this track, so that's no fun. But yeah, there's a lot of things to pay attention to. If you're not paying attention to the hazards, then you know you're gonna get hurt for sure. Or at the very least, Bowser's Fist is gonna like stop you from moving there too, potentially. You'll have to drive around it. This is basically your only mushroom shortcut right there, and it's a decent one, but nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Kind of near the end, so I don't know if you got triple mushrooms, maybe you could use 3 there and see if you can eke out first place. I think visually the track is really cool. It has that one big memorable set piece, like a lot of other tracks do. I think on my tier list, whoops, hold on. Let me do that first. I think it needs to go in amazing too. You know, a lot of the original tracks in this game are amazing. And I feel like it has way more hazards than all of these. But is it a difficult track? Not really. Like, I kind of feel like Toad Harbor is legitimately a little more difficult to drive through at times. At times than Bowser Castle. I don't know. That is feeling right to me personally. Like, I like driving on this track for sure. I don't know how other people would feel about this placement, but I feel like Bowser's Castle in this game is really good. Like, all the other Bowser Castles in the past were kind of weird. I feel like this is the first time where Bowser's Castle really actually felt like Bowser's Castle, you know? Just visually looking up at it before you actually go in there, it looks so sick. Then you actually go inside, there's a bunch of lava, a bunch of hazards from Mario games when you go into a Bowser's Castle. You got the giant Bowser statue, and then probably like the weakest part is going outside and having those rolling balls that are never going to hit you ever, but you know, they're there. They require some thought to get around at least. Um, yeah, I think all of the hazards that you do have to kind of watch out for are what kind of take that over the top for me, I think. Now, the music, for me personally, is up there. Like when Bowser's Castle gets picked, I get so pumped up because of the music mainly. Just the electric guitars, the big horns throughout it too. Um, I just love every bit of it, man. I love it. I'm a rock, electric guitar, just type of guy. Bleh. English. So I just love that type of music, and Bowser's Castle pretty much does it as amazingly as it possibly can be done. So, we're gonna move on to this game's Rainbow Road, which is a controversial one. It's a controversial one to say the least. It is already 8 o'clock. I wanted to do this earlier, but I was trying to do other stuff with my laptop here. Here we go. Starting off with a couple turns. No joke, these first 2 turns are pretty dang hard to get through. Like, look at that. Very perilous turns there. Then you go through this part, little sections there where you can kind of choose which path to go on. Of course, you're going to want to choose the one where the model is going crazy. Whoa! I didn't want to show that off yet, but I mean, if you're not stupid like me, or not like me, I should say, because I am stupid, you can jump between the tracks, which I think is really cool. But yeah, you can also just choose to go on either path there and just drive around again. The turns are decently challenging in this track for sure. It's definitely one of the hardest tracks to drive on up to this point. I like me some conveyor belts. Visually, it being like an artificial rainbow road is like, but I don't know, whatever. It's a new theme, right? It's something that really hasn't been explored yet. I don't find this track to be really offensive in any way, shape, or form. Does it feel like a rainbow road? I mean, I think that's debatable. For me, in terms of the difficulty, I would say so. I kind of don't like how short this one is. I think that's the thing that bothers me the most personally. Like, I feel like there should just be another section thrown in here somewhere. If it had that, then I think I'd like it a little bit more. But for what it is, it's not bad. Not bad at all. All the windy roads and stuff, you can see the earth in the background. Usually not that often, but you can still see it. No mushroom shortcuts really. That takes it down a peg once again, but usually there's nothing like that in Rainbow Roads. There is a Rainbow Road that does have that in this game though. So I kind of feel like, I mean, it shouldn't really matter. If they really wanted something like that to be in the course, then they would have it. Yeah, I'd say, like, I can understand people's opinion about this being a bit of an underwhelming Rainbow Road. I think for what it goes for, it's good. It's good. It's a difficult track to race on. So I feel like I don't feel like I could live with myself if it were below Bone Dried Dunes for sure. terms of it being better than Electrodrome, I feel like it's not. I feel like this is a good spot for it. I feel like that's a good spot for it right there. I still think it's a great Rainbow Road. Like all the different turns that you take are crazy. I like that you can jump off of one track in the second half and go to another. I think stuff like that is fun. It's not really prevalent in this game, and it takes advantage of the anti-gravity and just the setting pretty well. I like the little section where you go into the space station. You have a little conveyor belt. It's nothing crazy, but it's just an extra sense of speed, and it's kind of interactive, right? It changes on the final lap which way it's gonna go, so that's fun. Yeah, I'm gonna try now to go through these ones. I'm gonna go through these in like chronological order almost. So like, it's gonna be these ones next, and then like these two, and then these two. So we'll just go through the retro tracks now. Oh yeah, music. I can't forget about the music. For Rainbow Road, I feel like it's... where to go? I feel like it's good. I feel like it's good, like even though it has electric guitars in it, and I'm an electric guitar, bleh, I cannot say guitar for the life of me. There's something wrong with me. I'm only just now discovering that there is something wrong with me indeed. But the electric guitar is like the main instrument. I don't know what it is about it, but it just doesn't sound as good in that track specifically compared to any other music track that has electric guitars in this game. Why can't I say it? Oh my god. Oh my god. Freaking out now. Read. Take a restart. Take a restart. Guitar, guitar, guitar. But yeah, it just doesn't sound as good. I don't know. It even sounds like a little whiny to me. I don't really like that quality of electric guitars. It's not like an intense song. It's just kind of like, you know, you're here and it's all nice and pretty, and I don't know. It just doesn't feel like the ending, you know? It just feels like it's just kind of there, and I don't like it all that much. I think it's just fine. So, there we go. Now we got Moo Moo Meadows. We are celebrating our brand new playable character, the Moo Moo Cow. This is returning in Mario Kart World. It seems like it's going to be pretty different though. Like, a decent chunk of the stuff that's coming back from Mario Kart 8 here, if they are bringing stuff back from Mario Kart 8, seems to be pretty drastically different from the original tracks. But I mean, I think that just kind of goes for every track, really. There's some that are more faithful, but for the most part, like visually, a lot of them are looking really different. But in terms of this racetrack, it's a pretty standard affair. A lot of straightaways, which I don't really like all that much. Got a big turn here. The cows start becoming hazards on lap 2, which is legitimately cool, right? That's a dynamic thing in that way. Got 2 different paths here. Didn't used to be like this on the Wii. You try to drive through there on the glider, glide through those little grass patches that you're never going to run into. There's no reason to really use a mushroom through them either. Get the little Monty Moles that you can trick off of, which I guess is fun. But yeah, other than that, you know, just drive through the grass there, try to avoid the cows. The cows can be pretty hard to avoid sometimes. Like, this is legitimately one of the harder tracks to drive on just because of the cows. Other than that, it's pretty much breeze. It's pretty much the only section where you have a challenge. But yeah, short and sweet track. Pretty much turning left the whole time. But hey, whatever. It's kind of like a glorified circle with some cows in it. It's nothing crazy. but I think I still like it. So if there was to be a ranking for that type of track, it's in great, I think. I feel like let's put it at the top of great, maybe. I don't know. It almost feels weird. Like I feel like this should be going here, maybe. Maybe. Nah. Let's do this. I think this is fair because I still feel like these two tracks, Twisted Mansion and Moo Moo Meadows, they have a similar thing where um, the hazards are actually kind of hard to avoid at times. And they might prevent you from taking a faster path. Um, but I just feel like Twisted Mansion isn't actually like better designed track because this is just kind of like a big old circle. Swamp Ruins, I feel like it would go over Moo Moo Meadows if it actually had hazards that were hard to avoid. The ones on that stage really aren't, so they're pretty easy to avoid. So go ahead, we'll move on to GBA Mario Circuit here. Promise I'll switch screens. Here we go. I forgot about the music. Hold on. Let's bring it back up. I've said I'm gonna forget that I'm doing that. The music on Moo Moo Meadows is really good. I feel like it should be up here somewhere. Probably like right where I placed it there's where it should be. I think it's just the violins are so good. Um, it sounds like the Wii version a little bit, and I'm super nostalgic for the Wii version. So, um, it sounds like it in all the right ways, and then the ways it sounds different are really nice too. So I think that's a good spot for it right there. The violins are just really good. It's really about all I need to say. Yeah, I got a couple turns on this track here. Get to go on a big wall there. Arbitrary anti-grav wall. Big boost there if you take the turn sharp enough, which I do appreciate. Requires a bit of skill. Go through here, there's just a couple more turns. Gotta avoid these foil spots here. If you kind of want to take a sharp turn there, that can be hard to avoid. There's a whole bunch of different spots where you can use mushrooms here. So in that sense, this is the type of map that definitely rewards you just grabbing a bunch of mushrooms and stars and just flying through all the shortcut spots. Like there's another one right there. But then there's one like right here too, where you can go on a glider, so that's fun. Then something fun you can do too is get on the wall there potentially if you are good enough. I guess I'm not. I'm so bad at this game. And you know, you can cut through that section without a mushroom. There's like an item box right there, right the starting line. If you take that little path, so that's fun. I think I like this track, you know. I think for how many shortcuts it does have, that brings it over the edge a little bit compared to other tracks, but it's still kind of generic, you know. I think the hazards here again, for the most part, are nothing crazy. Pretty non-factors. You just kind of drive through and got a couple turns throughout, straight away at the end there, but other than that, you have a decent amount of turns. Got an anti-grav segment that, I mean, I guess it shows you where you're gonna jump down to, but visually it's nothing crazy. I just think it's an alright track. So, again, if we're judging based on how alright something is, it's probably gonna go somewhere in great or good. I feel like for how many shortcuts there are, I feel like it should go in great. Where in great though, I feel like it's better than Moo Moo at least. Is it better than Twisted Mansion? I'll go ahead and say yeah. I'll say yeah because again, There's just a lot of sections where you can fly through the track if you are behind. It's a bit more chaotic in that way than other tracks. I like the chaos. I think it's fun. I do like being able to keep my first place spot too. Is a little difficult to do on that map, but it's not that bad. There's still enough boosts and ways to drive the track where you, you know, or you can keep your first place spot probably from all the shortcuts if you're good enough. In terms of music, it's definitely up here somewhere. I think here's fair as well. I just really like the pace of it. There's a lot of like pauses in there with the trumpets, big trumpet blasts, you know. While this music is playing, it's hard to think about what the music sounds like in the track, honestly. I feel like I should always be talking about it in the third lap while I still got it in my head, but yeah, I think that's a decent spot for it, for sure. Because I don't think it's like a top tier track that's making me go like, oh my god, like, oh. But it's a super fun track, and it's a memorable one. It's got that big band feel to it. It's always really good. Now we'll move on to Cheap Cheap Beach. This track is pretty alright. It's pretty alright in DS too. Crazy. I kind of like the visuals on it, for sure. Yeah, where it just kind of looks like you're at a little resort. Beach resort, a quiet beach resort. Got some Piantas hanging out in all different kinds of places, that's fun. So if you drive this track normally, right, you've got a couple bends there. Go through this, do a couple of hops there. If you want to get a coin, you gotta go past these trees. Try not to bump into them. Then you got your obligatory big turn. Another turn right at the end here. Some trip ramps. It's pretty decent. Pretty decent. Nothing crazy. Now, there's some cheap cheeps here. Non-hazards. There's just stuff flying in front of your face. They're never gonna hit you. Here's something interesting. You can go underwater here, which is completely new from the original track. You can use a mushroom there. That's a bit of a mushroom. A shortcut there. This is like the only section in the original where you could go underwater. And that's still probably about the fastest way to go through the track there. There's a little bit of a mushroom spot right there. Nothing crazy though. Not as impactful as other mushroom shortcuts at the ends of tracks, you know. I'd say it's probably more useful, if anything, for just bumping people around, because, you know, using a mushroom, you'll fly straight through them, especially if you're using a heavy character. Go this way this time. I like the idea that this has a couple of different ways to go. You're probably just going to be going through just the one way though, like the fastest way, and that's probably about it. There's not really like any reason to go any other way besides the fastest way on this track, unfortunately. Unless you just want to, like, I don't know, drive through a different section, have some different scenery, but hey, I appreciate the additions from the original, you know? I think that's cool. Being able to actually drive underwater on that one and actually being able to trick on the ramps there is pretty sick. Because the ramps are just kind of just there in the original. But, whoops, let's go here. As a racetrack, I'm probably just gonna say it's good. It doesn't really excite me at all. And really, for the most part, the track, like, in a way, it's very open, and that's just not great because, I don't know, there's just like there's no like there's just not a particularly fun way to drive the track. It's kind of just like one big circle. If you go underwater, I mean, that'll be the fastest way to go. The shortcuts are fine, but they aren't like super duper impactful. Just that one underwater is really about the best one. I don't know. Like I said, it just doesn't really do much for me. The hazards, all the hazards on that stage are, because it's so open, they're non-factors. So that's not great either. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna say that's good. I don't think it's bad. I just think it's good, and that's all it's ever gonna really be for me. I forgot about the music again. I'm starting the race here. The music is also just okay for me. Don't think it's anything crazy. I'd probably put it. I'd rather listen to that or Bone Dry Dunes. I think I'd rather listen to Bone Dry Dunes for sure. Yeah. I'm thinking about putting this down here, by the way, but I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I mean, realistically, do I even need to have that tier? Do I really even need it? Is there any music track in this game I don't like? I don't think so. I'm just gonna get rid of it. That does not need to be there. Um, yeah, yeah. Okay, now we can move on. Go to Toad's Turnpike. Get some coins on the side there. That's fun. Those used to be like item boxes in the original. Now they're like coins. Something that wasn't in the original was that wall there. We'll go on that in a second. Also, some cars where you can like jump off of them. That's fun. That's cool. Um, but then it's just okay. It's again another big 8, and this track is super duper open, so if there aren't really... Why am I not tricking off of these? If there's not really, like, I don't know, cars bunched up, it's not going to be very hard to avoid them, and it doesn't feel like there's much going on. Even when there's a bunch of cars like that, they're still not hard to avoid. I think it's only really hard to avoid them if you are trying to take the sharpest turns possible. Yeah, going up against the wall and boosting like that, that's always fun. It's something that this game kind of, in a way, just does a lot. Yeah, this is like the hardest part about this track right here. And even then, it feels like there's still plenty of room between the car and the wall here. You can still hit into stuff though, as you can see. You can still do it if you're bad like me. So I think this track's probably okay. It's probably gonna be a similar situation to Cheap Cheap Beach. Just because again, like sure there's hazards, there's fun things to do on this track, like flying up onto cars and jumping off of them. But then there's like a section like this, it's like probably as you're playing, this is probably right about where the items would spawn and stuff, so that's okay, but I don't know. If it was just like constant cars everywhere, that wouldn't be so bad. But I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's bad. It's just fine. It's nothing crazy, and again, the layout's just kind of a bigger 8. We already have a couple of 8s in this game. So it's not crazy. I feel like it's definitely better than Cheap Cheap Beach, but not by much. And then in terms of the music, I think I do like the music. I think it's good. I think it's memorable. I'd probably put it like here though. I feel like it's got a mystical feel to it, almost kind of like Thwomp Ruins, but I think Thwomp Ruins does that idea better. Like this is more of like a atmospheric type of thing with Toad's Turnpike, and for what it does, it does it fine. It's just good. You know, it's just good. All right, let's Move on now to the desert again. Try dry desert. Alright, here we go. So one thing I think you can notice straight away, very big track with plenty of off-roading situations, right? There's like, I've already seen like 4 different ways that I could probably do a shortcut with a mushroom, which, that's not great. Like, it's one thing to have a couple, like there's a sweet spot for mushroom shortcuts, but when you have too many, it kind of makes it feel like when you're, when you're up front, that you're gonna get screwed over in some way, shape, or form, and that your first place spot's gonna just get stolen no matter what, right? So it almost feels like you kind of have to play by planning on stealing first place at the last second, which is not really how tracks should be designed, But yeah, you can use a mushroom there, use a mushroom in this section here if you want, but I want to show the mushroom shortcut that is the biggest. I also want to show this part here. This hazard, like, you're never going to fall in there, right? But you can drive in it. I wouldn't recommend it. I do like the fact that some of these pillars fall down during laps 2 and 3. That is some dynamic level design that I can appreciate a little bit, for sure. Here, check this out. So yeah, that's a huge shortcut. Probably one of the biggest in the game. Again, people can just steal your spot by doing stuff like that, and they can do that from like very low placements. So in that way, this track's a little bit infuriating. Those pokies, you're never gonna hit into them. You're never gonna want to get the coins. You're never gonna want to risk that. So that's a part of the stage that you do not want to engage with like at all. Like, it's one thing to have a risk, but to make the reward just like a coin that you don't even want to really grab, it's like, okay. Then, this stage is called Dry Desert, but then there's another water section, and it feels pretty arbitrary, to be honest with you. Don't get it. Like, there's definitely a lot of points in some of these tracks where the underwater sections feel pretty arbitrary, and I feel like this is the worst offender, for sure. So, like, I get it, you're going into, like, the water oasis at the end of the track, I guess, but it's not, like, a foreign concept for deserts to have bodies of water in them. But it's just a little weird because in the original it didn't have it and now it has it. It's like, I don't know. But I'm just gonna say I don't like this track. Because probably, I don't know. It's just like a combination of the music being kind of bleh, Oh god, what did I do? Hey, get back up there. Like, it's probably like the worst overall track in this game. Dry Desert. The music's very bland. The setting is just kind of bland. Like, the most interesting thing about Dry Desert is how many shortcuts there are, and I think that's kind of like a detriment. Another thing about this track too is that it's missing like the big piranha plant thing that comes out and chomps you if you do go into the sand hole, and it's also missing like the big sandstorms that were in the original that you had to avoid. Like, why is it missing both of those things? Like, it's objectively a worse version of the Double Dash version of the track. So why would I like it? It's bad. It's a bad version of the track. And again, in this game, it doesn't play well. It plays like, if you're in first place, you're just going to get screwed out of it. You might as well just play from behind. And it's just going to be a mad dash at the very end for who actually gets to win. It's just not great. It's not great. What did my mic do here? I got much more quiet, sorry. I didn't notice that until now. That should be okay now, I think. Hopefully that didn't last too long. Let's go to Donut Plains now. This certainly is a racetrack. Can race for some coins there. Do another thing. Little tiny water section there that I think actually kind of was in the original. You like jumped over it. Monty Moles. This part of the track is a little weird because there's like water on the ground there. It actually screws up your handling just very so slightly. So there's that. Cool thing you can do is that if you really want to, you can go underwater here. And then like jump out. I don't know. If you want to surprise somebody or just keep yourself safe. You can also go underwater this section here, which I think is pretty cool, you know. Just have an added part and then you can get some coins here while you're at it. It's definitely not the most optimal place to go to, but it's an option. I appreciate it. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, as you can see, there's a lot of straightaways. Like here's one here, there's another one here. Not much going on there. You can jump over that. You can do a little shortcut there if you want. Yeah, if you're good at it and paying attention, then you can, I guess. Couple little turns here. The turns can be hard to make on this track. I will say that. They can be hard to make. But, still don't think it's all that interesting. It's just there. For sure. I wouldn't say it's like an uninteresting track. I wouldn't say it's bad. I just think it's fine. So I think that would probably go somewhere in good. Let's go ahead. Let's throw it here because out of all those tracks, it's probably like the hardest one of the bunch. But it's kind of just because the handling's bad and that doesn't feel good. And then in terms of the music's just okay here as well. I don't think in good conscience I would say I'd rather listen to that compared to all these other ones actually. Might just be an okay. Yeah. I think the actual melody of the song is good and catchy, but the instruments it's playing on is just very subdued. Not really exciting. It's just fine. Let's go ahead, let's go into Royal Raceway, baby. Now we're cooking. I'm atting you. I'm atting you. I am atting you, bro. It is not a top 3. You're crazy. I think a lot of people would say this is a top 3. I wouldn't blame them too much, but I'll talk about how I feel about it. But first, you got a lot of big turns on this track. Which, hey, you know what? I like my big turns. I like my big turbo boosts. It feels satisfying. But it feels like outside of this little section right here, you're always turning, and that's fun. The reason why you're not turning here is because you're making a big jump into the hot air balloons, and this stage looks fantastic with the cherry blossom trees, all the petals flying around near Peach's Castle. You can't drive near Peach's Castle anymore, which is sad, but everybody's complaining about that. You know, it is what it is. People have been complaining about it for a decade. It's time to move on. So there, you could do a shortcut there. You could do a shortcut at that corner if you want. You even do kind of like a shortcut in that corner there if you really want. Definitely do a shortcut here. Boom. You do a little shortcut right there if you want. Like, there's all kinds of little shortcuts if you want. Even though there's a lot of shortcuts, I still feel like this is one of those tracks where if you are up front, you do pretty good. You do a shortcut there. And then last little shortcut is at that bend right there. Which, yeah, you can still race with that one if you want, but it's nothing crazy. I'd say I like this track a lot as a racetrack. I like 2 big turns right at the beginning. Feels very bendy, twisty, turny. I like the music in this game. Well, yeah, in this game in general a lot. But in this track, I like it a lot too. I feel like it's kind of got a similar thing going on with Donut Plains, except it does support itself with, you know, some big brass instruments. So I do appreciate that a lot more. Like it a lot more. I think the melody of it is really good, very memorable. Um, you know, it's basically just like the circuit theme of Mario Kart 64, and it's super memorable. I think on both fronts, feel like it's gonna be at least amazing. I think probably putting this like somewhere right here is pretty fair. Like the only thing this track doesn't have is like some kind of crazy hazard. Oh wait, this is for the music. I still think for the music that this is probably at least amazing. I think putting in amazing is pretty fair, but I don't know if it's better than these two. Yeah, I think this is a fair spot right here. I really do like Sunshine Airport and Toad Harbor a lot. I think the music in those are really, really good. But yeah, as a racetrack, I think it's fair to say that it's probably an amazing. I would go as far as to say, as a racetrack, I think it's more fun to race on than any of the ones below it here, for sure. It might even be more fun than Cloud Top Cruise, but I think what the three above Royal Raceway have is just kind of like either harder sections of driving or just more hazards or both. So yeah, I think this is a pretty fair placement. Let's see. I'm definitely gonna have to do a part 2 of this. Please, what are you doing? It would not let me go back into OBS there. What the heck? I've got to at least get through like the first page of this before I go, for sure. For sure. Alright. Now we're moving on to the last track here. DK Jungle from the 3DS. Got 2 little paths there already, that's pretty cool. Few things to bounce off of before you get to these tikis. Gotta try and go around them. Little bridge into the jungle. There's a frog here. I don't think you're ever gonna hit the frogs or the barrels here, but I don't know, you might. Might. Here's a fun little section here. You jump on all those little ramps going into the Banana Temple. It's a crazy thing to reference for sure, but it looks pretty in here. 2 little paths there again, kinda. And then you go into a glider. And then you have 2 paths here. Oh god. And if you're stupid like me, you could do something like that. I don't think this track is all that bad. It has a lot of memorable set pieces, at least. You know, between jumping on that big flower, going to the jungle. I like this little part right here where you can drift into that, go into the glider. That's fun. Yeah, then this temple is also a cool part of the track. I don't know if it's feeling particularly like Donkey Kong here. There's some parts that kind of do. But it feels to me more like a generic jungle than anything else. The music in this is jungle hijinks. I mean, you can't really go wrong with that. I think it's like a pretty unique version of the song. Like, I really like the drums in this specifically. And how they are done in this song. That's like the main important part, I think. The bass in this is really cool too, really funky. And then that piano. That's, I think that's really cool. I feel like this is one of the better versions of Jungle Hijinks for sure. For sure. Why do I keep doing that? I gotta redeem myself. I'm going back around if I can. I don't think I can. Oh, I'm bad at this game anymore, boys. It's been a while since I played this. But yeah, that's a risky little shortcut to go on. I mean, you could screw yourself over, but that is, like there was a point where I was able to do that shortcut every single time. So I was about to say that trick. I'm like, no, don't say that. I think this is a good track. Like, I think I could put it in great somewhere. Probably like, probably somewhere here. And I feel like it does deserve to be above all these. Maybe, probably. I feel like it's dynamic. It's got its cool little moments. Like, again, probably what this has that these other ones don't in great is just that the set pieces are really good. And on top of that, the racetrack is also pretty decent. It's nothing crazy, but it's decent. Um, I don't know though. It doesn't really have a shortcut in it though. That might move it down. Yeah. I feel like Mario Circuit is better. I feel like it. Like in a way, yeah, sure, it races like a bit more generically in theory, but I think for how much you can do with mushrooms and stuff in this track, I feel like it's a little bit better. Yeah, I don't know. There's some stuff with the gameplay that I just like better on that track, but I still think it's in great for sure. With the music, I think the music's great. Nothing crazy. I'd probably put it like right here. It's just Jungle Hijinks and a decent version of it. Doesn't really sound much different than the 3DS version of the track. That's something I don't really like all that much, but hey, whatever. Is what it is. Let's move on to Wario Stadium. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Let's do it. So big turn straight away into another turn. That's pretty unique already. I've, you know, never really seen a racetrack have a left turn and then a left turn right after like that. It's a bit tricky, honestly. Usually expect to go left and then right, but yeah. You have a whole bunch of tricks there through the mud. That's fun. It definitely feels like a dirt truck stadium for sure. And you go up on the wall. Why? I don't know, but you just do. It's kind of cool. You got the flame pillars to avoid there, and then some more tricks. Then you got some underwater here, and again, this does feel pretty arbitrary. Why is there water in a monster truck stadium? I don't know, but whatever. It's weird, but the track is still pretty fun here. Doing lots of turns. It's always fun to have a boost pad section. That you drive through these, you're probably never going to hit the fire unless you're me and you're stupid. I'm surprised I didn't hit him there. Um, of course, this has Waluigi Pinball as the theme, but really it's also just Wario Stadium's theme. But, you got Waluigi Pinball as your music. Then there's definitely some brownie points to be had there. Yeah, overall, I think this is a good track. I like all the twists and turns in it. I like it visually for sure. It seems like a lot of the turns are like for me, I'm making it look easy, but you play this first couple times and it can be pretty hard to navigate. That first little section here, the second section is not so hard. The hazards are pretty non-hazardous, really. You're never gonna get hit by those flame pillars ever, it feels like. And yeah, like the flame balls, the flame rings that you go through. Nothing crazy. It does have a mushroom shortcut at the end there, but that's really about it. I'd say that's like, a pretty dang good one. But there's nothing super special about it, for sure. Um, for me, that's gonna probably go somewhere in great, maybe even amazing. I just feel like if the hazards were actually like crazy on that track, that it would be a little bit better. But I don't know. I feel like I enjoy playing this more than these tracks here, at least. I think putting it like right behind Rainbow Rose pretty fair. I think they're both pretty similar in that they can be hard tracks to master. Once you do master them, it's just kind of like okay, you know. Then I guess for the music, again, this is probably going to be a big controversial one because I think most people are putting Wario Stadium slash Waluigi Pinball in top tier. But for me, it's a little subdued. It's a little subdued. I think putting it right there is pretty fine. I think it probably is better than Mario Kart Stadium, and I don't think it deserves to be in great. I feel like it is still, Waluigi Pinball. It's still a really good track, still very memorable. But I don't know, it's not as energetic as it could be. I just feel like I have like the Brawl remix in my head as like the definitive Waluigi Pinball theme. And that song's like really crazy. It's got like cartoon sounds and like stuff like that. And that remix sounds a little more generic. It sounds about as generic as it could be. It doesn't sound like it's going in as much as it could. Like it just feels a tiny little bit disappointing. Like it's about what it should be. So, and about what it should be is not bad. Not bad, but not great either. Not great. Alright, now we got Sherbetland now. It's time. This is a track that really got a glow up, I feel like, because, with the inclusion of underwater, we'll explore it, but with the inclusion of that, some of these hazardous areas turned into completely new sections of the track, which I appreciate. I appreciate that when tracks return and they do cool new stuff with them. But this track's starting off fine enough. Just a bunch of turns on this stage here. It's fun and cool. You kind of just drive through here. Nothing crazy. You got the icicle guys that you're never gonna hit. Never, ever, ever. Not even on accident. Non-hazardous hazards. I feel like those shy guys over there are more hazardous than the actual what's it called? Icicles. Don't know why I can't think sometimes. I feel a certain level of joy when I drive on this track for sure, but I still don't think it's anything crazy. There's a mushroom shortcut there. And check this out. Whoa, you can go underwater here. So this is completely new. Try and collect some coins there. Jump out of this. It's alright. It's alright, man. Nothing crazy. This is the path that most people take right here. It probably is the faster one to take. And I don't know. I mean, why wouldn't you take it? It feels like an actual racetrack as opposed to what's going on out on the other section where it's just so open and big. And that's the thing about this track is that it's just so easy to drive on. And even with the additions, I still don't feel like it's all that interesting. Just kind of have a jump in there, have a jump up here, come out. That's really about it. Not a bad track, but not amazing either. That's kind of how I'm feeling. So, I feel like that's somewhere in good or great. I could probably lean more towards just it being good. I think it being above Toad's Turnpike is pretty fair. I could say that the layout of the track is definitely more interesting. There's a lot more turns, a lot more fun things to do. But yeah, visually, I mean, it's good. It's good visually. Like, I like the fireworks in it, like the snowy sections in general. But I mean, it's just nothing crazy. Oh yeah, I forgot to show off the other shortcut. I'll do that real quick while I talk about the music. Oh wait, I think I might actually be in the music here. I am. Whoopsie. I'm gonna probably put this back down real quick while I talk about the music. I think good track, good track. Or maybe it might be in great now. I don't know. Now I think it's still good. And it being maybe above Donut Plains is fine. Yeah. Let's go ahead. Let's hurry up to the final part of the track real quick. The music in this, I'm nostalgic for it. I do like it, but eh, like I really like the sound of this. I like the bells chiming along with this little whistle sound. It's very nice. I don't think it's going to be a top tier song for me personally. If somebody put it in the top tier, I wouldn't really blame them for that. There we go. Oh wait, I don't even have the screen up, bro. I'm dumb. I'm like driving through it like I have the screen up, bro. I'm sorry. I'm going backwards, maybe, probably. Yeah. I'm not gonna be able to do it with a mushroom now, but here, this is the shortcut here. There we go. I just wanted to show that. Now we're done. But yeah, let's go back to music real quick. Just make our verdict on that before I forget. The music is fine. It's good. It's vibes for sure. Might even put it in great. Just because of the vibes. Probably like bottom of great, I think is pretty fair. Um, yeah, that feels right. I think I can live with that for now. We'll see. Maybe as we go through, we'll change our mind there. But we'll just move on to Music Park. Music Park. This is definitely some people's favorite track, I think. So immediately you got a mushroom path right there if you really want to take it, but I don't think that really helps all that much. You hear that? Of course you do. We all know that as you drive down the pianos, you hear them, which is really fun. It's a fun detail. The stage is very sparkly and pretty. Jump on tram, what are those things called? I forget. I don't know. On the little instruments, you got music notes, and you can actually trick when they bounce off the ground. That's fun. You go here, lots of lights, lots of sparkles, lots of fun visuals here for sure. These trumpets going everywhere, the cymbals. It's just a fun little track. Very imaginative track. Gotta avoid these piranha plants here. Sometimes they can be hard to avoid, but for the most part, not really. Only time you're really gonna risk it if you're trying to drive really fast. This turn could actually be hard to take because of that jump right there. That's no fun. I like how that section there has different little grass patches, so you have to kind of navigate it differently. Yeah, then you can make a jump there if you turn the corner tight enough there. Then use a mushroom to get through the rest of the way. That's fun. If you do that without a mushroom, you're very likely just going to go into the grass, so it's not a good idea to take that shortcut unless you have the mushroom. I think this track is fun. I like the electric guitar in this, but You know, it's kind of weird that a synth is the lead instrument in this. I also like how those music notes are faster as the music is faster too. That's a nice little touch of dynamic level design. Um, yeah, I don't know. You would think that the piano would be the main instrument used in this track, but it's just like a synth, and the synth doesn't sound bad though. I still like it. It's just I feel like it's a little bit out of place, that's all. But I still think it's a fun music track. I think as a race track it's also really fun. I think at the very least it has to go somewhere in that upper echelon because it executes an idea of a racetrack very well. I feel like throwing it somewhere in here would be good. Um, I don't know. I feel like I might be giving Rainbow Road too much credit. I think Drome, excuse me, definitely does the idea of Music Park better. Like, a lot better. But I feel like I still enjoy racing on Music Park a lot more. There's just lots of turns on it. Visually, a very fun track to drive around on. Like doing the tricks off the music notes. I like the last little shortcut at the end. I just think it's a fun track. I really do. I feel like if Rainbow Road was as visually interesting as Music Park, that it would be higher than it, but you know, it's still decently visually cool, but I don't know, there's some missed potential there. I feel like some other Rainbow Roads in this game look prettier. Literally one in the base game looks prettier, which we'll get to eventually. And then, yeah, in terms of the music I talked about a little bit, it's probably gonna be probably like somewhere in here, honestly. Like I like it, but I don't like the track all that much. I really have to think about this though. I do like the melody of it. I think it's a very catchy song. Yeah, but is it an amazing? I don't think so. Like I don't know if that's a controversial opinion, but I don't think it's an amazing. I just think that it's definitely great. The It's a very good song, but comparing to all these ones above it, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think you're quite getting there, buddy. It's a bit of a weird song. It's weird in a good way. It sounds unique. But here we go. Now we got Yoshi Valley from N64. Lots of N64 tracks in this game. I'm just gonna drive wherever, but there are a lot of different paths on this one. A lot of different paths. That's kind of the gimmick of this racetrack in a way, but this track kind of loses a lot of gimmicks from the N64 version where you kind of just, I don't know. In the N64 version, it felt more perilous, first of all, to drive through. The turns were a lot more tough, I would say. And you also didn't know what place you're in. I'm guessing that's just because, you know, you had so many different paths. The game kind of wanted to keep you in suspense about where you were. Let me go this way. It's like, oh man, are you in a place above somebody? Who knows? Because everybody's driving all over the place. Yeah, this is like the slowest path right here. But it's fun to be shot out of a barrel, I guess. But I feel like the multiple pass thing, it was a novel idea back in the day. When you bring it into Mario Kart 8, it just doesn't work well because there is one definitive path that everybody's going to choose here. The giant egg too also was pretty hard to avoid sometimes in Mario Kart 64, but in this game it's kind of a pushover. Even if it does sit right in front of the entrance like it did for me there, it's still not too hard to avoid. Yeah, this is the fastest path right here. Going on that little bridge. And again, like, the Goombas are pretty much non-hazards if you go on that one path. I guess the bad thing about going on the one path is that everybody also goes on the one path, and it's like a narrow road there, so you could like push people off or get pushed off. Yeah, that thing moves so fast. Like if it's in front of the entrance like that, it's not gonna really screw you over in any way, shape, or form. It's just an alright track. I feel like for what it's going for, I think it fails. It fails miserably at like, I don't know, just having all these different paths that maybe like casually, if you're a casual player, you'll want to go through it, but you'll even as a casual figure out like, oh yeah, this there's this one path that's a lot faster than all the other ones that I should probably be going on. And it kind of just loses its appeal and it becomes like a regular racetrack. And as a regular racetrack, I think it's just good. I think it's just good. Probably like honestly somewhere down here. I feel like as a racetrack, it's probably more fun to drive on than Cheap Beach because it at least has like two shortcuts right at the end. That's kind of fun. But other than that, whatever. Whatever. Alright, moving on to TikTok clock. After I rate the music, I keep forgetting to do that. The music in this is fun, but I feel like it has to be somewhere down there. It's just fun, very silly. It's like a hoot nanny, or whatever the term is. But, like, kind of memorable, but it's just fine. It's just fine. It's like something, maybe you a square dance too, maybe. But, yeah, it's whatever. It's like something you'd hear out of a cartoon or something. Cowboy cartoon. And here's TikTok clock, and already, visually, this stage is really cool looking. Look at this. Whoa, already getting a shortcut there. That's cool. Yeah, that's probably like the coolest part about this map is that there's multiple clock hands on the ground, and depending on where they are, you might be able to get like a shortcut on them. Maybe not, but still fun. You're able to trick on these parts of the track. That's fun. Got some crazy 90-degree turns. Got one last big turn here. And then at the very end, you got two gears. You choose which one to jump off of to get a little boost there. Jumping right over them, that's fun. Yeah, then other than that, just got this big open area here. You're going to be aiming for those boosts. Gonna try and avoid these pendulums. It's a fun track. If there's one track from, or one area level from Mario 64 to make a Mario Kart track about, it's definitely this one. Wish they did more stuff like this, really, where they base the racetracks off of Mario levels instead of, I don't know, just more generic stuff. But it's whatever. Starting to get tired. I like this track, and I definitely like the music. It sounds very unique. It's super memorable. I wouldn't say it's like a bop or something, but it fits the setting super duper well. So, use the glider here for once. The glider kind of changes usually in the middle of driving towards it on the third lap, so that could be a little tricky, but yeah, other than that, I mean, the hazards are there. I don't think they're ever gonna screw you over. This also changes usually in the last lap. The gears will go to a different way, so you'll have to watch out for that, but eh, you know, like I do like the track a lot. I think the visuals do a lot for the track for sure. Um, Me personally, I'm thinking at least great. At least great. I feel like for how unique it is, though, it could be like an amazing one. Just somewhere near the bottom of amazing. Probably similar to something like Wario Stadium. I feel like maybe visually it's better Mario Stadium, and I like the hands sometimes being a shortcut. Like every playthrough of that track is different for sure. I guess in that way, man, maybe in that way I should be putting it more up near the top just because of that fact, the fact that it is unique pretty much every single time you race on it. And it's being raised up a lot just because of that. Like to me, it still has a decent amount of turns to be fun, lots of places to do tricks, lots of moving parts all around. I'll say here. I'll say here. Just because I feel like it's not as good of a racetrack as Royal Raceway is to me. It's just not as fun to race on, but I like it for what it is, for sure. And then the music. Yeah, no, it has to be lower end, but it's still good. Matter of fact, I don't know. I'm feeling like, I feel like this has got to be up here somewhere, actually. Because that music is not all that bad, man. And I feel like this has to be above Toad's Turnpike at this point. Like, I really like the sound of Toad's Turnpike, but it's feeling more and more wrong as this gets filled out. I think that's pretty fair right there. Okay. Up next is Piranha Plant Slide. Big jump straight away. I like how the music pretty much basically starts as soon as you get into this underground section. That's cool. You can drive this course in a couple different ways if you want. You can either stay in that water if you want a little tiny boost, or you can, stay on the side there and try and just drift inwards, get the tightest turns you can. And you go underwater. Nothing crazy. You got a piranha plant there. You're never gonna get hurt by, unless you're just cutting it way too close. Come back up for some air. You can drive through that. That's your mushroom shortcut at the end of the track. That's that quota covered. It's a bit of a section back there if you want to take it, but you probably do need to use the mushroom to get past that piranha plant. You just fall off like me, like an idiot. Yeah, you can drive past there if you want. You don't even have to go on either one of those boosts. You can go down here, but it's definitely really slow. Oh my god. Trick off that if you want. I wouldn't really recommend it though, because a lot of times when I trick off of the little pipes there, I end up flying into a wall. I'm really good at flying into walls, so it's not good. Occasionally that will be available to trick off of. It's not always like, feels like every race is kind of different with that too. Where it's not always guaranteed that that pipe's even gonna blow out air for you to go onto it like that. But yeah, I feel like this racetrack has some stuff going on for it, but I don't know if a lot of it is coming together for me. I feel like it's alright. Got some memorable moments going through the pipes here, going into the sewer system. Kinda. Of the underground. Stuff pushing you towards the piranha plant, that's fun. Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, come on, man. Only I could do that. Let me take this turn normally for once. There's a decent amount of turns, decent amount of straightaways. Usually if you're on a straightaway, you're being pushed by the water. So usually it doesn't last too long, but I feel like it's just alright. It's probably going to be in the middle somewhere, I'm sure. Doesn't excite me too much. But there's a lot of like cool visual things, a lot of stuff unique to it, but I don't necessarily think that's all that great. I think like probably here is fine because I think DK Jungle and Mario Circuit both play better as actual tracks, and they both have, well, at least DK Jungle I think has better visual moments in it, more memorable set pieces. Set pieces in that are cool, but eh, it's underground. You can only make that so visually appealing, I guess. The music's just kind of there for me. I think it's fine. I feel like putting it somewhere there is fine. Because I think I would rather listen to it than Rainbow Road. Water Park, I feel like they're probably just about as good as each other there. I'd probably give the edge to Water Park just because, well, I don't know. Like, I think Piranha Plant Slide has some zanier music to it. It has a little more charm to it, potentially, but, oh, I don't know. Hmm. I think I'll need some time to think on that one. That one could possibly go up from where it's at, but I think where it's at right now is fine. Grumble Volcanoes next. Oh, baby. So straight away we got some signs here. Why are there signs out of volcano? I don't know. Some castles here. This is kind of like not really one of Bowser's castles or something, but maybe it's like under construction. Maybe it's gonna be one day. You're kind of going through the catacombs here of lava damaged caves. There's a volcano erupting there. Basically, as it's erupting, the music's becoming a little more intense, so that's fun. Got a couple multiple paths that you could take here. Always like me, multiple paths. Do a trick there if you want. And as you can see, as you drive on this track, stuff's starting to fall apart, man. And it makes it like slightly harder to drive on the tracks for sure. Nothing crazy though. Again, it kind of feels like a non-hazard hazard, but the track falling apart is kind of unique to this stage. There's not really any other Mario Kart stage that does something like that, so that is pretty cool. Gonna go ahead. Let me take the top path this time just to show that off. I think visually this stage is really cool with all the different volcanoes and the lava and stuff. The music's pretty atmospheric. It's nothing crazy, but it fits pretty dang well. Yeah, here we go. Third lap here, hardest lap of them all. You saw how it was gonna change, and now it has changed. So pretty sick. Turns can be tricky around here, but most part this isn't even really all that hard of a track. It's kind of an intimidating one, but it's not all that bad. Alright, now watch this, folks. This is something that you would never really think about doing, but check that out. Whoa! Big shortcut at the end. It turns out it does have one. Like, it really didn't, like, seem like this would be a type of track that would have one, but it does. It does. There's just like a little ramp there. You would never really notice that. Like, I discovered that by watching other people's tier lists, so it's pretty sick. I like it. I can definitely appreciate Grumble Volcano for the idea that it executes. I think it does it very well. As a racetrack, I think it's fine though. Kind of in a similar situation to Sunshine Airport. I feel like I'd probably put it down there somewhere. I think it's really good, but it's not crazy. I think what's putting it in here is just that shortcut. Didn't really discover that until recently. Like, that's crazy. Um, there's even another one there, but I can't really like do it. It's a pretty hard one to execute, but yeah. I just like it for its uniqueness. I like the visuals. They're nothing crazy. Like it's a bit generic, but it looks very good. It looks very pretty. So, yeah, sure, whatever. And then for the music again, just kind of atmospheric. It's just okay. Probably honestly at the bottom for me. It's just fine. Actually, I'll put it over Dry Desert because actually like the music in this stage does kind of irritate me a little bit. I don't know what it is about Dry Desert's like main instrument, but it's like kind of ear grating to me too. I just don't like it at all. I definitely will not be listening to that song at full volume at any point. But now we're at the magical track. The very, very magical Rainbow Road track here. It's crazy that you can see the road in front of you when you start like that. Along with just these general visuals, like look at this, oh my god, you're right above a city. You got the fireworks coming back. You got freaking magical trains. The Toad's giving you freaking coins, oh my god. Yeah, city below is so pretty. So pretty. You got the chain chomps, he's bouncing off the ground instead of like rolling on it. Gonna let you do some tricks. Now you're flying through. Big turn. Or chain chomps. I want to say that you'll never hit these guys, but you might every now and then. Like, it can get close like it did there, but I don't think you're really gonna ever hit them. I'm going faster than the train. This is all one big track. I don't feel like it lasts long enough to be one big thing. I don't know, but it's fine. And there's an 8 on this track as well, figure 8, so I guess it makes sense that it came back in this game. Fireworks still looking super duper pretty. Really, you just got a bunch of turns here. This isn't really like a perilous Rainbow Road to me at all. It just seems very breezy to just drive on this one. Never feel like I'm really gonna fall off the track at any point in this one. It's not a hard one, it's more of a visual spectacle for sure. I think for what it is, it's fine. It's a fine racetrack. Um, again, maybe a controversial opinion, but it's probably like I want to say somewhere in great, honestly. But again, I'm taking like visuals into account and stuff, and visually this stage is awesome. So maybe just like under Wario Stadium would be fine. Yes, I do think the Rainbow Road, the original one in this game, is better than the N64 one. Again, that's why I think this is going to be like a controversial opinion, but that's just how I feel. It's not really far behind, as you can see, but I don't know. I think it's getting carried pretty hard by its visuals. Otherwise, it's just a lot of big old turns. And that's just not super duper interesting to me. You got the chain chomps bouncing off stuff here and there. I would have liked for some section where they are rolling towards you or something, and they were actually hard to avoid. Like they kind of were in the original, but I don't know, whatever. Now the music though. The music is magical. It's definitely gotta be somewhere in the top tier, for sure. I think like what am I thinking here? I think putting it above Cloud Top Cruise is pretty fair. Above Dolphin Shoals though. Is it above Dolphin Shoals? Yeah, it is. But I think that is about as far as that's gonna go. I think top 3 for now is pretty dang good. I feel like I gotta keep going. I do. But that's the base game right there. If you're just judging the base game, I would say this is a pretty dang good Mario Kart game. Pretty dang good. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be using this tier. I feel like I probably will be using this once we get to the tour tracks. I feel like that's gonna be the case. So I'm probably just gonna keep that there. Um, let's move on. I'm feeling like I'm pretty correct so far. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me. Feeling pretty objectively correct. Here we go. Yoshi Circuit. Who knew that doing a race course in the shape of Yoshi would be so fun? Just nothing but turns here. I really like it. I'll just spoil it now. I really like it. I feel like this is my favorite section right here, always, because just a little bumpy road there. When I first drove on it and like Double Dash, I always thought like I was supposed to kind of drift back and forth. In that game with how the handling was, you kind of could, but not the best thing to do, and it's definitely not the best thing to do in this freaking version of it. Here's a fun part coming up if my car will drift. There we go. Use a mushroom to get through there. It's iconic for sure. Could probably also use a mushroom to get through some of this part. It's always fun. Definitely like this track, but I don't know. It's missing some stuff from the original, like that little shortcut that it had, where you kind of went underground. Other than that, it's not missing too much. It still has the helicopter, but the helicopter's not like a Yoshi helicopter, which is sad. I'd say I probably prefer the original track, honestly, but doesn't mean this one's bad. I'd still say this is pretty fun, all things considered. It's kind of hard to screw this track up, really. Like I said, it's basically nothing but turns. This is like pretty much the only straightaway right here, but then you're just preparing for a turn after a little boost there, so it's fun. It's fun, but nothing crazy. I'm thinking if we have it in our tier list somewhere, it's probably gonna be like somewhere in great. Probably like right at the top of great for me. Because again, it kind of just has all the stuff you would want in a track, but it's not exemplary. Oh my god, exemplary in any way. Kind of like my mouth forming words. It's not exemplary at it. Then the music, though, the music's really good. I really like the music. I would say it's gotta go somewhere above here. Just very cheerful. Definitely fits the track very well. And I don't know. Again, it's just kind of like the circuit theme of the game in general, and it's done very, very well. Still has like a lot of the charm from the original, just adds a lot to it, I think. I'm feeling like probably right here is good. Yeah, I'm liking that placement. Excite bike. Hmm. Should I? It would certainly make things go a little bit faster here. I don't have much to say about this track, so screw it. We're gonna do 200cc. Screw it. As you can see, it's one big oval. Again, trying to just emulate a dirt bike arena to the extreme. But yeah, as you can see, the layout of this is pretty unique, despite just being a big oval. Got plenty of places to do tricks off of, which I do appreciate. Got some things of mud to avoid there. You can't do the sharpest turn because, you know, there's mud. On a 200cc, this can be really fun, as you can see. You got some shortcuts right there. Oh god. Slow me down a little bit, but I'm good. Go through that. But yeah, I mean, it is a racetrack. It's unique to other racetracks in this game, I think, in a pretty decent way. I mean, this is like shell heaven right here for sure. You just throw nothing but shells on this freaking track at people. It's bound to hit somebody just because of the nature of the track, but another shortcut there you could do. Save you a little tiny bit of time. It's just fine though. I think for what it's trying to do, does it pretty dang well. Just another like stadium track, but I feel like unlike Mario Stadium, it's not doing anything crazy. Like the track layout can be random, so in a way, you know, that adds some extra value to it, being able to kind of have a different playthrough every single time, but I still think it's just fine. Like, I'd probably just put it right here. And the music, it's Excite Bike. It's a good remix of it, keeping a lot of that, you know, BitTune sounding stuff in it. What would I rather listen to? I think probably DK Jungle, but it's definitely like right there. I think it's pretty good. Let's go ahead. Gonna keep things moving. I do not think I'm gonna do Dragon Drift Way on 200cc. I'll probably fall off 500 times. Switch back to 150. Ooh. Ooh, Nelly. I knew this was gonna be long. I knew it was gonna be long. There we go. Going to the belly of the beast immediately. Just a cool little visual. Got some turns. Pretty steep turns as well, but I think they give you enough space where it's not really all that difficult. I'm gonna drive in the middle here so you can hit these little things. Hit them pretty consistently, you'll get rewarded for it. Lots of little jumps there. Do a shortcut off of that. Whoops. A little jump, and that's pretty much it. Basically going back into the dragon's mouth after it gets rid of you, which is kind of gross. But yeah, I'd say if anything, like to me, this feels almost more peaceful than anything else. Yeah, it's a cool little double shroom shortcut there. Other than that, nothing too crazy with this track. I like how you can see the dragon's head there in the entrance upside down like that. That's fun. Like visually, this map's decently cool, for sure. It probably does anti-gravity super duper well. I like the little paintings of Lakitu on the wall there. It's really cute too. Like visually, I think this stage is pretty memorable. I feel like if it had a prettier skybox, it'd be even better, but yeah. You say that about a lot of the tracks, I guess. Still not bad. Still not bad. The music on this stage is really good. I love all the instruments being used here. especially of course the electric guitar, but I like this more traditional Japanese stuff, and it sounds unique compared to everything else in the game for sure. Besides like one other track that we'll get to eventually, probably not today, but we'll get to it eventually. But overall, as a racetrack, it's fine. I would probably throw it in with something like Mario Stadium. It does something pretty similar to it. I think I could put it silently above Mario Kart Stadium just because it's a more unique setting. Um, does anti-gravity better, but not as many shortcuts on it. Definitely more twists and turns. It's fun, but nothing crazy. Then, oh wait, is this the music? Yes, it is. The music is really good. I feel like I'd throw it somewhere up here, maybe. I'm having a hard time picking between those two. Hmm. I think this is gonna edge out most of these actually. Yeah. I really like it. Probably not as much as Toad Harbor. Toad Harbor's still like super vibes. It can't be beat by a lot of tracks, but I do really like the music on Dragon Driftway a lot. But yeah, as a actual track, I could probably throw it above Sweet Sweet Canyon too, but I think Thwomp Ruins is a little bit better. I think it's at least a little more interesting. It has some hazards in it at least and some dynamic stuff about it. Dragon Driftway doesn't really have those things, so yeah. You guys tell that I'm getting tired? We'll get there, don't worry. Do have work tomorrow, so I don't know when I'll be able to do this again. Probably just the next day I have off, I'll do this again. And I'll be in like 3 days here. So, anyway, it's time. It's time. Boost pads galore. Boost pad the racetrack, basically. Getting goosebumps because of the music. You already know this music's top tier, I don't have to tell you that, but in terms of the racetrack, this racetrack is also pretty top tier, man. Um, it's basing itself off of F-Zero, which you can't go wrong with that, but the visuals of this track are amazing. Just looks so freaking cool. Um, got Captain Falcon there, let's go. Everybody loves Captain Falcon. Um, but yeah, I just think that, simulating F-Zero by just putting boost pads everywhere is really fun. I just think it's a cool interactive thing for the track to have. These things too being in the middle a lot, that's fun. But yeah, I just think the boost pads, always wanting to hit them every single time you go through, it's satisfying, it's fun. There's a shortcut here, pretty hard to see. Probably won't get it on your first playthrough, but you'll probably see it at some point and go crazy. Try and use your mushrooms and get that every single time. Mushrooms are not all that powerful on the stage because you're just boosting constantly anyway, but around that ending stretch they can be useful. This is definitely like one of those tracks that's really fun to race on if you're in first place, because you'll feel unstoppable between the music and the boost pads just getting you through. There's not a lot of chances for people to catch up to you, but it's possible. Like, I feel like it's a good racetrack in that way, for sure. I love the track for sure. I love it. I love boost pads. There's not really like a hazard on this stage though. So in that way, Can I say that I like it as much as Mount Wario? No, I don't think I do. Does it deserve to be in the top tier? Does it? I feel like for now, at least it does. Just because, again, that sense of speed that you don't get that on really any other racetrack besides one other one that we'll get to here. But it's a unique racetrack, and that way it looks amazing. Has fun anti-gravity stuff in it. Has some shortcuts. Has it all. And I feel like it does go above and beyond for like a regular racetrack. Again, the only thing it doesn't really have for me is like hazards. Um, so I don't know. Maybe again, like probably would be okay. Just throw it down in amazing actually. Maybe. Yeah. I don't even know if Mount Wario deserves to be up there. Like we haven't really had anything that is contesting it up there. So until something does, I'm just gonna keep it up there for now. I really do feel like Mount Wario has it all. It has it all. Now, in terms of the music, though, in this freaking track, oh my lord. I don't need to explain that one. I just don't. If you disagree, you don't have ear holes or the ability to hear. In a way, your ears might be mute. Ha ha ha. But yeah, I just realized I wasn't showing it. So there you go. It's top tier, and it's almost top tier here. But I just don't. I don't feel right putting it in the top tier. I was thinking about it, but don't think it's quite there. But it's amazing for sure. All right, Wario's Gold Mine. Oh yes, everybody's favorite Wii track for sure. I don't know. I feel like people weren't too excited for this at the time, but it's a fun track. I've always thought it was fun. I think everybody kind of just wanted, back in the Mario Kart 8 Wii U days, they wanted, the obvious other ones like Coconut Mall or Mushroom Gorge, and we got there eventually. But they chose this instead, and people got kind of mad, but I still think it's fun. Cool little anti-gravity section here. In terms of which version I like better, yeah, I feel like this edges out, but yeah, these mine carts are not hazards anymore. I tried to hit them, but I'm bad at the game. But yeah, if you hit into them, you'll get a boost now, which, hey, still fun use of them, but eh, I suck. I think I like them being hazards better personally, because otherwise now there's just not really a hazard on this stage. So I feel like again that kind of bumps things down a bit for me. Like the bats are pretty much the only hazards that you gotta deal with, and sometimes you can hit them. They'll bump into you and they'll be a minor inconvenience, and that's really about it. Other than that, yeah, you just there are quite a bit of straightaways on this one, but I feel like this track has a bit of a roller coaster feel to it, which is always fun. You can go on this little section and get some boosts. It's got these little shortcuts here where you like jump off of those little ramps, which I like. There's stuff to like about it, for sure. I don't think it's amazing, but I like it. I think the music in this is pretty innocent, too. Like, kind of silly. Nothing crazy. Probably comparable to something like Yoshi Valley. I'll probably put it near there when I'm doing the tier list. Nothing crazy. Yeah, I like the cartoon noises. Again, when I think about like Wario music, this is kind of what I'm thinking about. I feel like the Waluigi Pinball / Wario Stadium music kind of misses that that silliness, the charm of it. Let's go here real quick. Do I have it up? I do not. That would have been the second time in a row that I forgot. But Wario's Gold Mine, probably gonna be throwing this somewhere in here. Somewhere in Great. Probably more fun than Excite Bike, more fun than Mario Kart Stadium, more fun than Sweet Canyon, more fun than Dragon Driftway, and that's probably where it should go right there. Swamp Ruins is still a little bit more fun because there's at least hazards on it. They're kind of non-hazards, but I mean, I think it's possible to get screwed up by them in some way. And mainly, really, on Thwomp Ruins, it's not even so much the hazards that could screw you up, it's that one shortcut, the shroomless one, that could screw you up potentially. So, I think that's pretty fair. And other than that, again, the music pretty close to something like um what was it? Yoshi Valley for me, where I think it's good. Probably not as good as Yoshi Valley though. It's just fine. Sounds like funny Mario music. Rainbow Road. Isn't it crazy that a Rainbow Road is the second track of any cup? Like, this is a little bit crazy. You would think no matter what, Rainbow Road will always be the last track of any Grand Prix Cup, but now in this game they said, yeah, you can have it at number 2, baby. It's not getting much better than this. After this, it does kind of go downhill. They don't think so, but it does. But yeah, this is SNES Rainbow Road, man. The road is still pretty narrow, all things considered, not super narrow. You can definitely drive on it, but still a little scary for sure. You got these thwomps here. I think the thwomps on this map are really effective. Gotta choose which way you're gonna go every single time. They slam on the ground, you got something to trick off of, so that's fun. It's a fun variation to the original track and how it was. Didn't trick off anything there, I suck. There is a mushroom shortcut on here. Just go right off of that. How am I not tricking off of anything? That's crazy. But yeah, I mean, there are a lot of straightaways. The straightaways do have thwomps on them, though. I mean, oh my god, that's nuts. Not tricking off of anything. Screw me. Ugh. Oh, I made it! I did not think I was going to make that. That's crazy. But yeah, there's some fun jumps in there. Fun jumps can be hard to stay on the road, especially like if you got a bunch of boosts and stuff, or if it's like 200cc, this map is pretty much impossible to drive on. Which can make it kind of fun. Kind of fun, but not really. Sometimes too. Overall, just so yes, Rainbow Road, it's iconic. It is fun. It's got sharp turns. Is it anything crazy? Nah, I don't think so. But I think it's a fan favorite for a reason. I think that it is fun to drive on. Like on a gameplay level, it's definitely got something. I feel like it's more entertaining to drive on than N64 Rainbow Road, that's for sure. Is it more entertaining than Mario Stadium? I think so. It's probably more entertaining than regular Rainbow Road. Probably more entertaining to play on than that. I feel like, yeah, this one stock's going up higher and higher as I'm looking at things here. Probably like up here, dude. It's up there for me. Like, I still don't think it's anything crazy, but I think it's still really, really fun. Just mainly because it is a challenge. The thwomps are a little fun gimmick on the track too. It's got some shortcuts, got some fun jumps. What else could you really ask for, right? Simple, but very, very effective. I'm like standing up because I've been sitting down for 3 hours straight with like my back crunched. Kind of over it. Now, in terms of the music, I think the music's just fine. Probably like right there, yeah. Because I feel like it is like it's more memorable than Toad's Turnpike just in terms of the melody of it. Like it's a fun little melody there. But I still can't say that it's like greater than any of the stuff above it for sure. It's just a funny little track. Gonna move on. We're getting there. We're getting there. Ice outpost. Maybe I should try and say it one more time. Ice outpost. There we go. Starting off with a plane out in the out in Antarctica basically. Bobsledding here. Two different paths to start off with, and that's pretty much the gimmick of the whole track in general, is that there's two paths for everything, which I think is pretty sick. You can kind of go on one and onto the other one. So, fun. You can choose which one you want to go on. Boom, jump off there just after a couple little turns. And you can go through here. And then that's it. Nothing crazy. Although, that's just how it seems at first glance. But drive through a little bit more here, start to realize, ooh, look at this, a shortcut. And it's a pretty hard one too, but yeah, if you can make it, then it'll go straight into another shortcut that you might not see straight away. So I think that shortcut's really fun, all things considered. Go back on the anti-grav. The roads are so windy and fun. Look at this, you got another shortcut here. This one's definitely, yeah, the perilous one. Right at the end. It's a shroomless one, but it's one of those ones that's really hard to get right. So I think I do like that quite a bit. I think this is a fun track for sure. Probably going to be ranking decently high. Nothing crazy, but yeah, all these shortcuts are pretty dang difficult to get through. Can't do much with mushrooms. It's fine. You do something like this though, that's fun. Go from one track to the other. It's a very simple gimmick this one's got, but I think it's pretty cool. Nothing crazy, just very solid. I think the music on this track is really, really good. If you like violins, then you're going to really like this one. I do like me a good violin. So, we'll see here. I'm thinking for Ice Outpost. This is probably going to go somewhere in great or amazing. I think great is a good spot for this track. Nah, you know what? I think the shortcuts on it are gonna bring it up a bit. Like the fact that all the shortcuts are as crazy as they are on this one, I think is gonna take it over the edge a good bit. The thing that it's missing that a lot of these tracks have is like a great visual moment though. That's the thing. And if I'm kind of like Thinking about, okay, what is like the what's the comparison here between the gameplay of it then? If it doesn't really have the visual moment, what's the gameplay like? It's like, it's kind of more along the lines right here. Where like these tracks, they all have Ice Ice Outpost, Music Park, Rainbow Road, Warrior Stadium. They all have some challenge to them, but are they executing their ideas as well as the stuff above it? I don't think so. Like as racetracks, I just feel like the stuff above it is more creative or just more satisfying to race on in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, I might be moving some stuff around here. I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see. We'll round them all up at the end and see what's going on. Music, it's definitely going to be at least an amazing somewhere. I'd say it's probably better than Yoshi Circuit, but maybe not as good as Royal Raceway. I think that's pretty fair to say. But again, maybe I could think on it, change it eventually. We'll see. You've got 2 days to do this, because I'm definitely going to be stopping this one pretty soon. But we're going to move on to Hyrule Circuit. Everybody always wanted some kind of Smash Brothers freaking kart racer, and Mario Kart 8 is probably the closest we're ever getting to it. It's cool that we even got this in the first place, right? Got rubies to collect, that's cool. You're going through a castle. It sure is a Zelda castle. Here's a cool part about the track though. Watch this one. Oh, I didn't get it. If you hit all three things, something will happen. Everybody knows what will happen because this game's been out for 10 years. But we'll see if we can get it. But yeah, lots of twists and turns for sure. But yeah, you kind of just start off in the fields. Got lots of tents set up. But visually, nothing crazy going on this track, honestly. And I feel like it could have been a little bit better. I don't know. I think there is one part of this track that everybody agrees is really cool, and that's, god dang it, go back. I'm hitting it. I'm gonna go back to this one first, because I think there's like a time limit on it almost. Let's see if this works. I don't think it will. No, it won't. We gotta really really actually try to hit it. Let's see. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. I think we got it this time. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and then you can go through the Master Sword. I did it. Illegitimately, but I did do it. Lots of different places where you can use a mushroom, as you can see. You got the hazards there with the piranha plant wannabes. Again, probably never gonna get hit by them, but it's possible, maybe. Yeah, there's a couple places to do mushroom shortcuts. Then you got that shortcut, hit the three things, you get a secret, which is definitely Zelda-like, right? You solve a puzzle, basically. Oh, no, dude, how am I not hitting that? I'm like slamming my stick to the left. I'm just not getting it. It's sad. Oh well. You got some bats there. Nothing crazy, in my opinion, but going into the castle is cool. You can't really have a Zelda track without a castle in it, but I don't know. Only lasts a little tiny bit. Other than that, I feel like the track is it's just there. You do lots of turns and you're in a field, and the castle's the coolest part about it. And the castle will bump up the score quite a bit, I'm sure, but I'm still not super crazy over that track. I feel like for a Zelda stage, that was probably about the bare minimum. But yeah, I mean, you could probably throw this, I think, right about here, and I think that's fine. If the track was a little more exciting, just to drive on, a little more difficult even. Like the most difficult part again is just hitting those three things as you're going to the castle to be able to take the Master Sword shortcut, I'll call it. It's the hardest part, but really other than that, it's a breeze to get through and lots of shortcuts, lots of fun stuff. I think it does deserve to be in that upper echelon, but I think a lot of stuff above it's still better. Now the music is top tier for sure. I would probably throw it right up there. Maybe even like right there. I don't know what it is, but as soon as they add like you know, a thing from another franchise into the game, for some reason the music just goes so hard. And yeah, like the rendition of I guess that's, is it more like a melody in this game? I think so. It's kind of like a just a Zelda melody. All the songs that they remix within the melody are probably like the best they've ever sounded, so I don't know, man. I don't know. Again, if you hear the music, you just know. You just know that it's amazing. It's really about as simple as that. So, here we go with the infamous Baby Park. This is gonna feel very weird to not. As a matter of fact, I think I should get out of time trials for this one. It will not feel right to just drive around in a circle without anything flying around. You know what I mean? It's appropriate to do it this way. 150cc race count. Okay, yeah, whatever. We'll just exit out after we finish this one. But I mean, if you're a Mario Kart fan, you know what Baby Park is, and you know the deal. You know the deal. It is simply made to be the most chaotic freaking racetrack of any video game ever. I'm probably not gonna show I'm gonna be first place the whole freaking time, maybe. We'll see. But yeah, the music is just constant. It's just getting faster and faster. There's 7 laps. It is chaos incarnate. It really is. You can have, yeah, any sort of items potentially hitting you at any place like that. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. You know, I think just the constant redoing of the same melody over and over again just emphasizes the insanity of it all. Everybody's got bullet bills because I'm so far ahead. Oh my god. Oh god, here goes a red shell. Or not a freaking red shell, a blue shell. Am I colorblind? I am not. I'm just stupid. And I say stupid things quite often. Bam, 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 bam. I like that part of the music, where it's not, you know, it actually deviates from what it's doing for most of the song. But you know, again, it's Baby Park, and like, it's Baby Park. How does it play in this game? Like, I feel like it's not as chaotic in this game as, like, Double Dash, mainly just because the items in Double Dash are much more disruptive, much more OP. You know, you got freaking Bowser's giant shell and Donkey Kong's bananas all over the place in that game. This is definitely the worst version of it. On top of that, I mean, if you're in first place, you can't really drop your items all that much. I mean, you're gonna get coins most of the freaking time. So in that aspect, you know, the coin being an item kind of screws things up too. Um, I still think it being Baby Park and just being chaotic has to be an amazing, but it's just gonna be at the dead bottom spot of amazing. I can say that for sure. This is the music. No, the music is not amazing. The music is just okay. The music's just okay. I'm gonna put it here because it's funny. Um, yeah, I still think as a racetrack it's amazing, but pretty much at the bottom there. It has its purpose and it does it very, very well, for sure. Alright, let's head back to time trials. Maybe we can switch things up a little bit here. Let's finish it off with Dry Bowser. These last couple I've evolved. I've raced so much that my Pokemon evolved. Let's see, let's see. So we got Cheese Land up next, which I think is definitely a fan favorite in this game. I can see why, and I may or may not share that opinion. We'll see. You start off here with a jump. That's fun. Ow. There's like little cheese spots where you can just do tricks if you want, but I wouldn't recommend it, especially with somebody like Bowser, who just has terrible handling. I'm screwing myself over big time already. There's your obligatory big turn. Do another turn with an unnecessary anti-grav section. Lasts for 2 seconds. Although you're still in anti-grav here. Again, it doesn't really look like you need to be. I guess it's slanting enough. I don't know. On the sand, maybe you wouldn't have traction otherwise. Got the chain chomps there. I don't think you're ever going to get hit by them, but oh my god, this feels awful. I'm just going to say that. The handling on this feels terrible. I usually like using the bikes in these types of games, so, or in Mario Kart 8 specifically, with like the tighter turning. This feels bad, but there's a lot of spots where you can use mushrooms. A lot. And I think that's why a lot of people like this track, because it is a bit more of a chaotic track, I would probably have to guess, so. Oh my god, no. I'm hitting that. I'm hitting it, it's just not gonna be with a mushroom. I got to show you what it's like. Gonna hit into the cheese. There we go. I did it. Look at that. So yeah, now you could like use a mushroom and go over that way. Of course I'm not gonna hit it though. My god, the handling on this thing. It could not be any worse. This is some very entertaining gameplay, I'm sure. There you go, I did it the correct way. Look, if you have a cart that actually turns, then this track is really, really fun. It's really, really fun. I love the music in this. It probably is gonna go in top tier. It's a silly song with some charm, but you know, just the horns on this freaking track are crazy. I actually got hit by that. That's crazy. I said you'll never get hit by them, and then I get hit by them. Crazy. I still feel like, for how many shortcuts there are, I still feel like you can get first, just because there are a lot of long, like that last stretch there is definitely the part where you're probably gonna get screwed over if you get screwed over, but there's a lot of tricks that you can do, lots of boosts that you can get. I don't know. Doesn't feel completely unfair on this map, but it is a little unfair. It's a little bit unfair. I think I'll probably lower it down a little bit for that, but it's still really fun. Like I wouldn't say it resembles the original a ton, but in this case, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think it's gonna go in amazing somewhere. I think probably on like a Toad Harbor level for me personally. It's a vibe. I like it a lot. Uh, it's not just a vibe, it's also a really good racetrack. There's constant twists and turns, little things you can trick off of if you really want to. There's always a place to use a mushroom as well. So like everybody gets to have fun on this track. I like it a lot. It might even be better than Toad Harbor for me, but I don't think it's gonna beat Bowser's Castle. I love Bowser's Castle too much, personally. And then as the music goes, it's up here somewhere. Um, I'm thinking here. No, I think you do beat Dolphin Shoals. Dolphin Shoals, the thing about it, it's an amazing track, but it's a bit of a shorter one too. It's a bit of a shorter track. Lasts about like a minute, minute and a half. Cheeseland is a little more varied in its instrumentation and arrangement in general. And I think it lasts a little bit longer too, so I think I can put it on the over the edge there, over Dolphin Shoals. Move on to Wildwoods. Wild Woody. He's making a cameo, guys. No, he's not. Wild Woody. Whatever happened to that guy? When is he gonna get his freaking revival? Now, you starting this race on like the side of a tree is pretty dang cool. Like again, visually, this is one of those tracks where it really takes advantage of the anti-gravity stuff. I like it a lot for that. You go into like the treetop civilization. This is like the biggest freaking treehouse ever. I think visually, this track's really cool. Then you get on some lily pads here, boost off of them. That's pretty fun. One more drift around the corner there. As you saw, there was the obligatory mushroom shortcut at the end there. Gotta have those. Also a mushroom shortcut like right there, but I'll do it on the last lap. Whoa. Bit of a tricky spot right there to drift on. It's open, but the barrel, man, it can be dangerous. I like this part driving down in the middle so that you can get the most speed. It's just fun. It's always fun to have those um, little water currents that push you around like that. I think the track is just fun. Again, I think visually it's definitely going over the edge compared to other tracks in this game. I just love the visuals so much with all the Shy Guys here, little civilization they've built. Like, I think it's just really fun, very imaginative, like the Smurfs or something. But other than that, there's just fun little sections, lots of memorable little set pieces, just like many Mario Kart 8 original tracks. I like it. I like it a lot. For the music, it's like I think it's got that mystical feel to it, but not in the way that like other tracks like Sherbert Land or Toad Harbor kind of have it. It's doing its own little thing. It sounds very unique, but I wouldn't say it has like a very memorable melody to it. It does sound very nice. It fits the setting well. But I don't know. That's it for me in terms of the music. It's probably gonna be more middle of the road. But as an actual racetrack, I do like it. I think it's probably gonna be more at the bottom end of racetracks here. I'm thinking like right there should be good for it. Maybe. I feel like it's probably more fun to race on than Rainbow Road though. But I don't think I'm gonna put it over Warrior Stadium. I think right there is pretty decent spot for it. Like, sure, it has some visual landmarks that are really cool, but not as cool as the other tracks above it, I think. So, and it's not as interesting to race on, I feel like that's pretty fair. Or at the very least, it's just as interesting as most of the tracks above it, I think. Yeah, music, I think the music's good, but is it above Electrodrome though? Like, that's the thing. I'm putting Electrodrome in okay because of that scratchy sounding synth that I don't really like, but the actual melody of it is really good and very catchy. And I can't say the same thing about Wild Woods. Like, it doesn't have a catchy sound to it. I think maybe right there is fine. Yeah, man. Yeah, I can't good conscious. I can't good conscious put Baby Park over it. I might even do something like this. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Dun, 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 dun. Animal Crossing or Wild Woods? If it was Animal Crossing, I would understand. And I'm sure most women would pick an Animal Crossing track, not Animal Crossing crack. Oh my god. No. No, don't sell crack in Animal Crossing. Don't do it. Anyway, yeah. I think most women like Animal Crossing, so they probably would pick this first. Is basically what I'm trying to say. So, just going through a nice little drive here, going into the sandy beach area, sure. I'm sure you'll go fishing there or something. And then you drive right back to the beginning. There's Mr. Rossetti. That's the guy. There's a little shortcut right there. Other than that, though, yeah, this is straight away. You got a little thing there. You can boost right there if you want. You can boost right there if you want. But it's not much of a shortcut. In the air, there'll be balloons for you to pick up for items. That's fun. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's an Animal Crossing track, but does it feel like Animal Crossing? I don't know because I haven't really played Animal Crossing before, but from what I've seen of Animal Crossing, it feels like there could have been a little bit more done here. Like you're going into the fields, that makes sense. You're going on the beach, okay, I guess that kind of makes sense. But I feel like there should be a section where I'm like driving through a little town or something too. You know what I mean? Like it just feels like it didn't exactly execute the idea of um, going through an Animal Crossing game to the fullest. I feel like it's almost there, but it's not quite there. It's almost all of it. It still looks really pretty, and there you still got your cameos there, so yeah. Wildwood's okay. I don't think a lot of people are gonna choose Wildwoods first. I don't know, unless they really like nature. But it's a very whimsical track. I like it a lot. In terms of Animal Crossing, there's 4 different versions. I don't really care to show them all off. I don't even. I feel like I've seen all the versions of it like one time. That's pretty much it. In all the years of playing Mario Kart, I've never had them twice or anything. But in terms of the actual race track, I mean, I don't even know saying that it's great would be fair. The top of good might be a spot for it. Where did it go? Where'd you go, Animal Crossing? There you go. Like, I feel like that's kind of fair because there's like no hazards. There's no hazards to the stage. There's like 2 item boxes. It's really not all that fascinating to drive on. Like the gimmick of it is that it changes seasons. It's like, okay, that's fine, I guess. I think Topicoot is fine. Topicoot is fine for Animal Crossing. And then the music. There's a bunch of different versions of the music. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and say that I probably like it better than all of these, but probably not better than Rainbow Road. Yep, I think I think that sounds about right. Just be gay. See, there you go. If you get a man who picks Wildwoods first, then you really know you're going places. I don't think I would pick Wildwoods first personally, so that means I'm not the one. I'm picking like Mute City first or Bowser's Castle first, based on our tier list so far. Here's Neo Bowser City, which definitely not a beginner track here. A lot of people have trouble with this one, me included. I'm probably gonna have a lot of trouble with this freaking cart, especially for how bad the handling is, but yeah, this is a track full of turns. When you're out in the rain like this, your handling is worse. Oh god. Yep, there we go. I do like the turns. I just like how they can be hard to navigate. Again, it's like one of those tracks similar to NES or SNES Rainbow Road where if you're on 200cc or if you are no, I did the trick and everything, man. No. Anyway, yeah, if you are using mushrooms or something like that, you're potentially gonna fall off because you're just going so fast and the road's so perilous. The turns are so tight. But yeah, this is a fun one to like master. To actually really do good on it. Let's see if I can squeeze through there. Yes, I can. It's hard, but it's possible. Then at the end here, obligatory mushroom shortcut. But yeah, for that one, it's like 2 mushrooms. So that means it's a little bit different in that way. I'm hitting this time. There we go. I did it. I think this racetrack's pretty fun. It's fine. I think it's like a medium-sized track. Feels like it doesn't go on for too long. Has enough challenge to keep me engaged. Doesn't have any hazards, but it doesn't really need hazards. The hazard is just how hard it is to freaking drive on sometimes, so whatever. Some tracks just don't need hazards. Some of them are more fun with hazards, but yeah, in this case, don't really feel like it's needed. The track is just good enough to stand on its own, I feel like. Boom. Then the music's just like there for me. Like I think it's cool that it's like the Mario Kart 7 theme and also Toad's Turnpike. I think that's cool. But it's nothing crazy. I feel like it's kind of have to go above Toad's Turnpike because it's just a better version of it. But yeah, as a racetrack, I mean, it's probably just gonna go in great somewhere. Let's say here, maybe call it a day, maybe even here. I think here's fine. Maybe even here, actually, because it's a harder racetrack than something like Yoshi's Circuit, but I feel like everything above it has something better to offer. You know what I mean? Like it's just there's more to all of these in some way, shape, or form. Like visually, this stage looks really good, but yeah, it kind of just is a racetrack. It's just there. There's nothing super duper special about it other than just being a bit of a difficult track, bit of a challenge. And then yeah, for the music, I feel like you're gonna maybe go all the way up here at least. I don't know. I feel like it's fair to say that I like it better than all of these too. But maybe not better than Jungle Hijinks. I think that's fair. Yeah. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. It's vibing out, bro. The vibes are carrying it. Like I said, it basically just executes the idea that Toad's Turnpike is trying to do, but better. It's just better. Anyway, we got another GBA track, and I don't know what it is about the GBA tracks in this game specifically, but they just really went hard on them, man. GBA tracks are some of my favorites in this game. I'll say this one probably is too. Um, there's plenty of off-roading possibilities here with mushrooms straight away. That's fun. Lots of tricks. Got Mecha Koopas running around. You'll never run into them, but they're there. Just something to drive past. It's kind of like a zoo. Just to visually see something go past you like that is fun, right? And you got this windy roads. It's actually a ribbon road. I'd say visually this is definitely a step up from the original GBA version. All kinds of fun stuff going on here. Big old turd at the end. Of course, big shortcut. It's just necessary to have a big shortcut at the end. See, I'm driving on this much better than I did yesterday. Much, much better. I say that, but I'm about to try to do the actual shortcuts now. The shroomless shortcuts. For how windy the road is, it is really hard to line yourself up for these freaking shortcuts. I couldn't even do it that time because I did a trick instead. So I'll go for it on the last lap. I really like the music in this too. It's very playful. Almost sounds like something that would play on a beach or something, but it still works here. It works here. Just because, again, it's just got a very playful nature between the guitar and the, what's it called? Dang. I forget. I think it starts with next. I want to say xylophone, but I'm not sure if that's right, but yeah, there you go. There's the other shroomless shortcut right there. Big shortcut at the end. Steal somebody's first place spot. It's fun. That's one of those ones where it's pretty much got everything except hazards. Well, no, it does, but the hazards are never gonna hit you. But it does have hazards. I lied. It's getting too late. Forgetting that Mecha Koopas exist on the track I just played. But yeah, it's gonna go in amazing somewhere. Somewhere. It's pretty similar to Wario Stadium to me, where the hazards are non-hazards, but it's still fun to race on. I feel like I'm definitely gonna put it above Wario Stadium though. I feel like it should go above Ice Outpost and Electrodrome, probably above all of these, or above that one. Pretty similar to Royal Raceway too. Dang, man. It's another one where I feel like it's gotta go all the way up there. The two GBA tracks are right next to each other now. That's how I'm feeling. It's just super solid, and I think it provides an actual challenge to drive on perfectly. I feel like even more so than Cheeseland, actually. I think I'm gonna put it up there. So, I feel like it might even go above there. That's just feeling right. Yeah. Again, to drive perfectly on, like Cheeseland's more of a breeze. That's why it's kind of like up there, not above Bowser's Castle. Bowser's Castle is a bit of a breeze too, but I think it's just the coolest looking breeze. I feel like these top four here have at least a little bit of challenge to them, like with Mute City. staying on the boosts constantly and then doing all the turns. Like, yeah, man, now it's not starting to feel right for that to be up there. It feels like it should be more like this. Yeah, because like I said, these three tracks are actually hard to race on. I feel like Mount Maharu is actually the easiest of these three, but I still like it the most. Yeah, it's feeling right. It's feeling right this way. I almost want to put Cloud Top Cruise higher, but I just feel like it's not long enough to be higher. It just has one really cool section that carries it pretty hard. Other than that, it's just like really good. Yeah. I'm starting to feel it, man. I'm starting to feel like this is turning out all right. The way I'm ordering things, maybe. Oh man. Oh man. I don't know. It's just the shortcuts. The shortcuts are moving it up a little bit. Like if I'm moving up a ribbon road because of the shortcuts being hard to do, then I feel like Ice Ice Outpost has a little bit more value that way too. Yeah. And Music Park 2 would also move up, but I just can't. Again, I can't really shake the fact that Electrodrome is just a better music park. Like Electrodrome has its shortcuts too that are a little crazy. It's an easier track to race on, but yeah, I don't know. It's going over the top just because of the visuals alone, really. Did I already place the music on this one? Where's it at? Where's it at? Where'd I put it? I don't think I did put it anywhere. Where'd it go? Oh no. Oh no, I'm getting all confused now. Is it too late at night? I think it is. Oh, there it is. Yeah, no, you're not supposed to be there. You're supposed to be a little bit higher than that, buddy. Um, some very charming music. I think it's pretty similar to Yoshi Circuit in that way. Probably gonna put it like right there. I don't think it's as good as Yoshi Circuit. Yoshi Circuit is just so energetic. This has a more laid back feel, Ribbon Road. Yoshi Circuit, I like the vibe of it a little bit more, of it just being more energetic. Oh, I wasn't capturing that the whole time. Okay, so this is where Ribbon Road is in terms of the music, and here is the tracks, the actual race tracks, and where it's landing. Right now, for me, it's a top three. I just like it a lot. I like it a lot. It is bumped down Mute City and Bowser's Castle a little bit, so. And Rainbow Road's stock went up quite a bit too. Just again for how hard it is to race on perfectly. Provides an actual challenge. So I think that's warranted. Terminal commands. And it happens. It happens. Yeah, it's I wouldn't even say it's late for you at this point. For you it's like morning time. Or getting close to it anyway. It's crazy. Anyway, here is the subway. Full of trains. Just drive past the train and get hit by it. Yes, I did do that on purpose. One thing I'll just say right now, when you're underground, I love the bass. Just going in and going doot it, doot it, doot it. So sick. Definitely my favorite part of the song. Yeah, lots of different paths, and then you gotta avoid those trains. Already would say, and then of course, you know, obligatory mushroom shortcut at the end. I'd say this is already one of the funner tracks in the game, just because of the trains moving by. You gotta avoid them. And then there's also multiple paths here, which I really appreciate. Really, really appreciate it. I will always appreciate it quite a bit when there's multiple options on one racetrack to drive on. Check it out. So you do this, then you can go on the freaking trains. Whoa, I'm surprised it didn't. I was gonna say I'm surprised it didn't fall off, but then that just happens. Okay. Let me drive. Yeah, I think this track's really fun. I don't know. If you really were to just say turn a underground railroad system into a racetrack, this is probably about as well as it could possibly execute it, you know? I just don't see how you could do it much better than this, so it's nothing crazy, but oh my god. But it works. Got another shortcut path right there. Music changes as you come back up, that's fun. It's a bit dynamic, you know, it's a dynamic racetrack. The trains are going to be in different places every single time. You can get on top of them, you can try and drive past them. It's hard to drive past them without hitting into them. Or you can go on the safer paths on the side if you want. It gives you a lot of options, and I like it, and I think it's really fun. It's probably going to be an amazing somewhere, so let's throw it up there. Let's see how it compares. So I think this track is pretty similar to Toad Harbor, so I feel like it should be up there somewhere. Do I like it better than Toad Harbor? I don't think so. I don't think it's as hard to drive on. Kinda, but they're so similar. Like, they're both pretty high quality tracks to me. Uh, I think I'll give the edge to Super Bell Subway because I just feel like there is more variation and more possibilities to do fun, cool, unique stuff on it. Just between all the uh, different ways you can drive on it and the trains just being a little crazy. I think they're just as hard of a hazard to avoid than the little trams, but I don't know. I feel like there's points where the trams just don't become hazards anymore because it becomes so like open. There's not really like an open spot in Super Bell Subway. It feels a little harder to drive around in. And in terms of the music, I do like the music. I don't know if it's gonna be breaking out of good because it's just kind of there. I think it's fair to put it right there. I think I probably do like it better than the Animal Crossing, but it's a bit of a more chillaxed theme. All right, this is the last one. The last track of the base game, and then I'm done for tonight. And this is a doozy. This is a big old doozy right here. Oh man. Oh man. Here we go. So straight away, music is awesome. F-Zero's back, baby. You love to see it. And this is one of those long, big old long tracks, so everything is just broken up into 3 different laps, but it's one big old race, so that's fun. Little conveyor belts. Of course, they're hard to stay on with this freaking car and character combination, but they're really fun to drive on. Multiple paths, which is really cool. One thing you do with the multiple tracks potentially is jump off from one place to another. So that's cool. I like it when there's multiple paths and you can jump in between them, as I've established before. Getting shot out of a cannon, that's always fun. And already third lap. Now you got conveyor belts with boost pads, so you're going ideally as fast as possible. I didn't really get a good draw there. Then there's going to be multiple paths again. Like I say, you can probably drop from one to another potentially. Nah, it doesn't look like it. This one, maybe you could do something like that. Yeah, but that's really about it, and I didn't even do that on purpose. And then you got a mushroom shortcut at the end, but it's not a crazy one. If you're in front, you're probably still going to be in front when somebody uses a mushroom there, but hey, man, it's really cool. It's really cool. I know there's a lot of cool speedrunning stuff you can do on that track, but yeah, I mean, I'm not really like biased towards these giant tracks where, they just sort of um, are one big race and that's it, but I don't know, I feel like that kind of has to go up here too. Just from the scale of it, from how fun it is to race on. It's not like Mute City where it's just nothing but boost pads and that's pretty much the only way you go fast. It incorporates basically every single possible way that you could go really fast, and at the end it turns into like an intense race to the finish. I think, again, executed to perfection. It's an idea perfected. And from Mute City, which was basically almost perfect. Now Big Blue, it got it done. Made it to the top tier of Mount Wario, I think. Again, maybe just the big thing about it, not really a hazard in sight. So maybe, yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, ooh. You know what I'm thinking? You know what I'm thinking? Honest to God. It might be sacrilege, it might be. But how's that looking? To me, that feels a bit more right. Because I like Big Blue, I like its gimmick. But yeah, as a racetrack, it is a little breezy. It is a little breezy. I would even go as far as to say maybe even that. Maybe. Like, what's taking, now I don't even have to really say that, I guess, because sure, Bowser Castle has hazards, but the hazards aren't really hard to avoid at all. So they might as well not even matter, really. Same thing goes with Cheese Land. Basically, most of the crap up here. Rainbow Road's the only one where, like, it's a hard track to race on, and the hazards can be a little potentially difficult to avoid at times. It's mainly just at that ending stretch where you kind of have to go in between them sometimes, which can be hard if there's items being thrown at you and stuff. No, I think Rainbow Road. Oh man. Oh man. I think this is fair. That just feels right to me. Because look, Mount Wario's freaking hazards aren't all that hard to avoid either, to be honest with you. But I just think they can trip you up. Stuff in these top tracks here, they can trip you up. There's nothing really tripping you up in Amazing. But in top tier, I think stuff can legitimately screw you over if whether you're trying to do some crazy shortcut or something along those lines. Just trying to avoid whatever's in front of you. Like, I think that's what those tracks have above everything else below it. It's just that they can be pretty difficult. along with being like dynamic and cool and fun. I don't know. Man, I wasn't really expecting to put Ribbon Road that high up. I really wasn't. I'm pretty sure it wasn't really anywhere close in my past revisions of the tier list, but yeah, no, I think I'm valuing the difficulty of the tracks a little bit more this time around. So I'm just looking through it now. I'm making sure that is like my final decision. I just think though, at the end of the day, difficulty doesn't make all the fun, right? Like a track can be fun just on its own merits. Big Blue kind of gets there. It does have some sick shortcuts. Um, but do I, as a more casual player, value that as much? Not really. I still think this track's really fun. Ah, man. It just feels weird for Big Blue to be a tier above Mute City because they basically do the same thing. That's like the only thing that's really tripping me up. But other than that, yeah, yeah. And all these other tracks have hard bits in them, but you can kind of like avoid them if you want. You can just completely avoid the hard parts of the tracks if you want. It's more rewarding to go through the hard parts of the track, but yeah, you can just not. Yeah, I think this is fine. Let me mull over it the next couple of days, and I'll see how I feel about that. When it comes to the music, once again, top tier. Just I don't know if I like it as much as Mute City. I feel like I'm more of a Mute City guy, but Big Blue's music is really good, and it's dynamic too. It's dynamic. That might take it over the edge. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Big Blue can get this one. Big Blue can be in the top. All right. So I am done for tonight now. Here's what the tier lists look like. Right. Dry Desert is in the dirt. Blue. I wanted to say blue for some reason. Like, what's wrong with me? Big Blue is at the top, basically. Top 5 in the base game for sure. I think this is looking pretty dang fair. I think I had Bowser Castle as a top 5 around this point. And other tier lists that I've made in the past. Ugh, I don't know. I just feel like this is fair. I feel like this is pretty dang spot on. Yeah, I'm gonna mull over it for sure. I'm gonna like, really, really try and make sure this is right once we go through it all. I mean, once we get the other half of the tracks here, there'll be a lot more stuff in a lot more places. There's definitely a lot of iconic tracks here. So it'll fill out a little bit more. I can definitely decide from there how I'm feeling, but for now, I'm just gonna go to bed, guys. I'm glad this stream went well. This stream, you just keep saying, what? What? Was it something I said? Anyway, um, yeah, I'm glad it went well. Basically, no dropped frames the whole time while I'm doing a multi-stream between Twitch and YouTube. By the way, probably before I go here, I should link my Twitch account just in case if you do want to watch on there for whatever reason. I can do that. Is there a way to link to my account? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know if I can do it on mobile. Yeah, I'll just post this in the chat real quick, and then in the VOD I will also leave it there. But I don't know if there's any disagreements. If there's anything that anybody's like strongly disagreeing with here and they want to defend it, just let me know. I can be convinced of things. But yeah, I'll just throw that in there. That is my Twitch if you want to follow me on there. Other than that, I'm out of here. Bye bye.